Can I take that? I need to count something. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. Where this film? So filled 125. It is the third. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30th. 1, 2, 3, and it is the fourth, I believe, right? It's the fourth. All right, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 9 minus calculator. It's 30 minus 9 is 19. So it's 21, and then plus 1 is 22. There should be 22 in there. There's 19. I think I took it. Yeah. Pretty sure I did. Something's off. Did I count these wrong? Should be 22. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. Nope, still counted right. 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then minus 1 should really actually be 8. So minus 8, which is minus 8 should be 22. Yeah. Pretty sure he took it. So where's the missing other ones? Should be 22 in there. Yeah, it should be. Where's the missing other ones? The fuck if I know. I haven't taken more than that. Pretty sure. Unless someone fucking came in here and did something. Or I don't remember something, or I'm doing it wrong. Most likely I'm just doing it wrong. I'm pretty sure I took it. Yeah. Alrighty, so see if we can't get certain people. Let's see here. Do I have the ability to like share my screen or something? All right, so what is that button? Just copy URL. All right. What are you meowing about over there, Furby? All right, so I haven't streamed at all. I haven't really been doing anything. It's kind of been rough, truthfully. I'm being honest. It's been a very rough week. I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. For some reason I can't focus again. How do I switch to... How do I switch my camera? Screen share. Apparently I cannot screen share on this, so that's something. That's crazy. Huh. All right, well... I don't know what I'm going to talk about today. Truthfully, I literally have no idea. I'm extraordinarily tired too. Let's see here. Content. I'm going to switch over some of my streams to the stream playlist. Way that'll work out a little better. Yeah, my grandpa doesn't like talking to me until it's like 8 p.m. or something, or 10 p.m. or something at my time, which means it's like 2 a.m. or some shit for him, you know, or 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that, to midnight. Just kind of weird. I don't really know what he does. He got angry, it seems like. He's dealing with a lot of depression. I don't really know how to help him. And I'm dealing with a lot of my own problems. And I don't think a lot of people know that, except for like my healthcare clinic, you know. It's just kind of rough. And he's got kind of an older person's mentality about it. Like, you're not dealing with that many problems, and you just need to like keep going and pushing and stuff. And I'm like, you're right, but there's a lot there that it's like it's not necessarily as easy as it's made out to be. Yeah. And I'm sure at his age he's like dealing with a lot of shit. And I'm like, oh my gosh, wow. It's kind of similar to me at 31 years age. Like he's finally gotten to a point where it's like maybe he might understand what I'm going through. Because when he was younger, I doubt he'd even, because especially with mental health care at the time and like the invalidating nature of how people were treated back then, and I just don't think that he would maybe understand where I come from for a lot of this. To like, he's now in his 80s. It's like, holy shit. Yeah, you're pretty helpless and you need like this person that you found in a relationship as you traveled and everything. And it's like, I haven't even done that. Like, wow, it would be amazing if I could find someone, but, and then there's that you don't, like immediately in my head said, you don't find anyone. And I'm like, who the fuck is that bitch in my head? Whoever the fuck that negative garbage shit fest of a person is, they should just die. I hope they never show up in my life. Like, that is garbage talk, That is literally garbage talk. Whoever that is, fuck you. Like, it doesn't matter what their reasoning is at that point, because it's like there's no reasoning that's worthwhile at that point. You know what I mean? For that level of shitness, And it's like that's negative self-talk. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I need to like fucking really go after that negative self-talk, because it's like that challenged right there. I immediately acknowledged it, challenged it. It's like, I'm going to find someone. Fuck you. Fuck you. Deal with it, bitch. Fuck you. You could go die in a fire as far as I'm concerned. Whoever the fuck that garbage is. Like, Hitler found some motherfucker. I can't be worse than Hitler. Fuck you. I'm so obviously better than Hitler. Fuck off. Could go fuck right the fuck off. Whoever the fuck that is in my head. Oh, wait, it's me. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my own head. I'm just going to say that's my own head. Fuck it. I used to always say there's some other fucking voice. Someone else. And it kind of is in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? These are people that have been in my life, whose garbage shit fest, ways of talking to me and discounting and invalidating stuck around. I was thinking about it. There's this guy named Jordy Jordison or whatever, Wings of Redemption. That's his name, Wings of Redemption online. And this motherfucker has had a terrible life. And then, the way he like snaps and then it starts off like having these issues. It's like, oh, that's extraordinarily, profoundly obvious. That being indicative of, mental and emotional abuse from his family. Like, straight up, that's what it is. Like, that when he fucked up, his mother or his father or someone would just go hard on that motherfucker. And that's why he snaps like that. And it's why he's like, oh, I don't have like in any way good for me. And if I just, if I were to accept this help from my friends who are going to make a spectacle, like that's what that is. A spectacle. He's a spectacle to get gawked at as he gets fucking like, slowly but surely better. Because he's, treated like he's this shitty thing that's going to suddenly get better after getting all this help from his fucking friends, I'm watching this guy on fucking, what's it? Taking my blood pressure medication. You have to. I'm on medication for my ADHD, and it changes my blood pressure, and it comes with some side effects. Because I also happen to like coffee, and coffee changes your blood pressure, and it's pretty shitty. You know what I mean? It's not great, but And anyways, I'm dealing with a lot. Yeah, because like when I thought about that, I'm like, holy shit, that sucks. That's something I had to deal with myself. My family telling me like I'm shit and why don't you do this? And they never actually helped me. Like the friends he had, I wish I kind of had friends like that were willing to put up some money, some time, effort, and energy. But at the time, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Like he wasn't, you know what I mean? Like you have to get into a better place to be able to get that, receive that help and be able to benefit from it. Because otherwise you'll have like these negative thoughts and dark emotions that will actually stop you because, you don't communicate that those are your feelings. And you don't know how without, having that actually be considerably scary, very, very terrifying, to do. Not that they really understand that. They don't really understand like how terrifying it is to be vulnerable and open up about that, especially when that's been used against you in an emotionally manipulative and abusive household. And along with the online world, that's invalidating and then like, kind of puts you down for even explaining that you're having issues with the way that they're talking to you. And like that's a really rough one because it's like that's very similar to me. And when I was in darker places, it wouldn't have been able to have been something that I would have benefited from. Like that's not going to benefit from me. You know what I mean? But that being said, it's not the same thing, as me. It's just I was watching this guy named Pay Money Wubby, go after the guy, because he's funny. It's funny to fucking shit on this motherfucker. And he invites it. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, wait a second. Wait, what? What? What are you talking about? Like, wait a second. That doesn't make sense. That's not how that works. This guy like literally can't handle not being a type of person in his mind, and it comes with significant mental health problems when something challenges that, where he gets anxious, upset, frustrated, depressed, violent, angry. And will straight up flat out deny even in their own feelings. I mean, I've been there. I've done that. It's terrifying, how much you want to just not be that way, You want to measure up to your own expectations. And then not like look like bad in front of other people and be able to it turns out I wasn't that bad, or it wasn't that good, or it wasn't whatever it was, and that's really shitty. You know what I mean? Oh, my eyes just did, my brain, because I'm ADHD, just went positive infinity. There are negative infinities, and I would be and I'm like, there's no such thing as infinity. Encompasses all irrational, rational, any numbers. Infinity is all the things. Okay. There's no such thing as only positive infinity. I hate that motherfucker in my head. It's like, there's more than just. And I'm like, there's no, infinity encompasses all of the numbers. There's all of the numbers, man. It's not just some numbers, it's all of the numbers. All of the things. That's infinity. What are you saying at this point? But like, you wouldn't understand where my brain's been going with mathematics on the infinity kind of train. But it's like, if you wanted to specify absolute, only the positive, like, you have to get really specific with your prefixes, I guess, for the numbers of infinity, because they're prefixes. They're not prefixes, but like, to me, in terms of like language, like they're basically, there's like, this is only positive with absolute, and then and it's like, I guess if you want to do that, that's a way to say positive infinity. Although infinity implies that it has all of those numbers in it. Anything in it. It has everything in it. That's what infinity it is in the world of mathematics. And people sometimes don't grasp that concept. That's why I love my grandpa, because he used to talk about this. It's like, multiply 0 by infinity and you get 1. And I actually kind of like that idea, because it's like, to me, it's an irrational, it's a imaginary one. It's an irrational, imaginary one. But technically speaking, it's not. You know what I mean? Because it's like, infinity implies that in the infinity, something happened to 0 to make it a 1. That's why he thinks that way. And I'm like, you know what? I can get behind that a little. I'm not some big brain mathematician, but at the same time, I can kind of get that a little. It's not entirely improbable to believe that. Like, I don't know. There's got to be something with infinity that made a 0 turn into 1. So like, and then my mind went like, well, if it's not that it's infinity to the power of infinity an infinite number of times infinity to the power of infinity an infinite number of times, and then multiply all of that an infinite number of times. And then at the very least, somewhere in there, there's a 1. Somewheres. Meanwhile, the mathematic people, no, it's still 0. And I'm like, yeah, that's because you have rules like that. I was looking at this Reddit post just to move on from that, because it's like, there's no argument here that's gonna fucking get us anywhere. It's like, it's done. There's no argument here. I can't argue for one way or the other. I don't know enough, and I'm not one of the people that can argue for that. Personally, I view, if there's an infinity, there's at least an imaginary 1. At least a 1 that could be a potential 1. You know what I mean? That at least solidifies in my mind a possibility of 1 being there. Even if, like, mathematically you wouldn't allow for the rules to be that way, it doesn't change the fact that with the concept of infinity, there should be a way to turn a 0 into a 1. You know what I mean? So what I'll say, though, is that moving on from that, there's this Reddit post about how, like, I think it was like 6 divided by 2, and 2 is in the parentheses. Let me write this one out so that way I can get my fellow mathematicians the informational stuffs. Is it who the fuck is that? What is this? Does that go? Oh, that's what that is. I can't use that paper. That paper is not able to be used. That's not a possibility of using that paper. Alrighty, but we got another fresh sheet, blank as all get out paper here. That'll definitely be something I can use. It was 6 divided by 2, parentheses. I think it was 4 or was it 4 times 2? 4 times 2? Yeah, 4 times 2. 4 times 2 and in parentheses. Much like this, if you can see that. Okay, well, of course you can't. Just pretend it's flipped. And then the way I was taught math growing up meant that like it worked out to be 6 divided by or what is it? Was it multiplied? What the hell is it? It was in some Reddit post. It's like, oh no, it was minus. It was minus. That's what it was. It doesn't matter. The point is, let's just get with what this is here. So if it's multiplication, it would be 8 times 2, which would be 16. 16 divided by 6, which, works out to be some fucking god-awful number. But it wasn't that. I think it was like 6 or some shit. Where's that damn Reddit post? Where's the Reddit post? Anyway, but then it would have been 16 divided by 6, which, let's get out the old calculator on the computer. Because like we do have those. They don't not exist. Pretty sure. So 16 divided by 6 is 2.66666666667. There's lots of 6s, and then there's a 7, because there's like, no repeated infinite shit here, you bastard. We will go over. Anyways, but then I think it was like actually something to do with like, fuck, what was it? This is like 16 divided by, divided by 2 with 4, was it 4 minus 2? Or is it 4 or 2? What was it? God dang it. Let me look this up real quick. So, Reddit. Math is actually pretty fun. The problem I think people have with like math, so it's 1 plus 2 or 2 plus 1. Why? That's not what the one was, but like, so exit out of that real quick. Go back to this 4 days ago. I think that might be the one it is. Answer was 12. Okay, what's the damn... It's being slow. It's being real slow. Lots of slowness is happening. No. I just want to know the post that this motherfucker did. Oh, here it is. This is it. I found the original one. Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't 6. It was 8. Turned out it was 8 minus 4 to 2 times 2. Okay. So in parentheses. All right. So if you can see that, which you probably can't. But then that would have been the way I was taught math. It would have been 4 times 4 minus 8. So 4 times 4, which is, because you do parentheses first and then it's left to right, but then it's like, yeah, but see, there was multiple thoughts on this one that we also talked about in our math class. And so we were taught to do 4 times 4, which is 16, and then 8 minus 16, which would have been negative 8. Or we were taught to do 8 minus 4, which is 4 times 4, which is still going to equal 16.
So I don't know what to tell people, but that's how my math class did that. We worked PEMDAS first, so parentheses first, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction, and then there's exponents, of course, in between after the parentheses. And there's no exponents. It's like you work with the parentheses, then you work with multiplication, and then you do subtraction, which would have been -8. That's how I was raised to do math. But apparently the math is supposed to end up being 12. And I'm like, how the fuck did you get 12 from this? What are they teaching you in your math class that gives you 12? Like, how do they break this out? Because I'm like, okay, so if there's 8 minus 4 times 2, or -4 times 2, and then -4 times 2, which then, because we're doing like over the thing, the arch thing, -4 times 2 and parentheses, and then -4 minus 2 in parentheses. And then it's like, all right, so then you do -8 and then -8, which cancel each other out to being 0, which would still be 8 times 0, so it should equal 0. There's many ways to do this. But see, that's the problem I'm having with this math thing. There are many ways to do a math problem. There are many rules to math. And like, depending on what it is that you're trying to specify for the math, which is not specified, then you have to interpret what it wants for you to do. And so depending on the rules that you were taught to do for the math in the math class that you are doing this in, then you end up getting different results, which means there are different rule sets that you grew up with, and then there are different other sets of rules that someone else grew up with, and now they're all valid. Different perspectives on how to do the problem. But then you yell and scream at this other person, which is social group A versus social group B versus social group C, and they all fight. And I'm like, which one do you want me to do? Which way do you want me to run the question? Which way? There are many ways to run this question, and you're not telling me which way to run the question, and I'm annoyed by that. 8 minus 4 times 2 times 2. I mean, there are many different ways to run this question. You're not specifying which way. And so interpretable, meaning general purpose, you try and guess what the individual in question is looking for you to run the question as, with these rules and regulations of mathematics here, is what you get. That's why I like algebra, because it equals this. And I'm like, okay, so then we just need to figure out that we can work our way back. Otherwise, it's like, what does it work out to? And I'm like, well, there's a few different answers, actually. Well, there are a few different answers here, depending on how it is you're taught to work the problem out. Not everything's solidified. If we're going overseas, we got BIMDOS, then you have PEMDAS for Americans, and then you have multiple different ways of running algebra, because it's like, look at that little arch thing from 4, -4 times 2, and so it's like -4 times 2, -4 times 2, and then you have to multiply those two together, by the way, and so negative cancels out, and you still get 16. But it's a positive 16 now, which is 8 which is 8 plus 16, which is 8 plus 6. Golly, it's been forever. 4 and 4, 24 is what I thought it was, but I had to work it out with the old fingies, So it's like, now I got 24. I'm not even sure where they get 12 from. I want to know how they got 12. Like, how is it they ran their question into making 12 occur? And you know, that's my issue. If I'm being honest, I'm like, how did 12 occur? I would love to know how 12 occurred. And I'm not trying to be weird about it. It's just like, I don't know how you guys get 12. I don't know what that particular thing is that you do. So I'm getting, there's a person that has 27 as an answer. -8 was a bunch of people's answers. There's a 44. Is it -8? Like, I don't know how people do this. 24. See, right there. See, they're doing the arch problem. That's how they're taught now. They do arches now instead of like the PEMDAS technique, which is, just multiply it and then you get -16 and then you get -8. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the answer is, but he got 12, and I'm still not even sure how 12 was an answer to be gotten. And so there's that. And then, and then there's this one, which was a different one. So it's like, this was his original post, which is what I was referencing, and it was actually still 6. So I got that one right. It was 6 divided by 2. I got it right. It was actually 6 minus 2. So that's how they got a 12. I was like, what in the world? So it's like 6 divided by 2 times 6, which is, what was that? It's 2 times 6 is 12 minus 4. And then 6 divided by, it's 2 minus 4, which should be -2. But did I forget the parentheses? And then it's like, that's the thing. So then it's like 12 minus 4 is 6. 12 minus 4 is 8. So divided by 8. And then then I got to get out the old calculators again. And so it's like, okay, so 6 divided by 8, or 8 divided by 6, you have to read it backwards because, that's a thing. And that's like 1.333 just repeatedly. And then he's like, it was 12 all along. And I'm like, okay, so then they did the arch thing, I'm guessing, differently. And so now it's like, because it's like, okay, well, it's -16 is the arch thing, but it's a positive now. And so it's like 2 times 6, which is 12, and then -4, right, because it's still negative. So I did that right the first time. How'd they get 12? Do they do the arch thing again? But you have to like divide. How the bloody ever loving? Okay, so then they just do 6 divided by 4 first off. They don't do parentheses first off. So then that means they do. So it's 3, which is 18 minus 6. So they do the division first, and then they do 3 times 6 times 3 times 2, which is, so that's 18 minus 6, which is going to be your 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So then it was 12. So they do the arch problem. And therein lies the problem of mathematics that I have issues with. I'm like, none of that is like, none of that is like anything to me that makes sense. It's like, which one do you want me to run with the rule set that you have? How I was taught, that's not how it goes. But apparently it goes that way for you. And I'm 31, and now you understand why like adults that were like 30 and 40 were like, what the fuck? That's not how I was taught math. Math is math. like the Incredibles 2, scene with Dash. It's like, I don't understand anything with math anymore. And I don't really, you know what I mean? I know how to do math. Logically speaking, I clearly understand math. But it's like, what's the rule set that you want me to run with? That's the issue. And I don't know. I don't really know what the fucking rule set is, because it's like, depending on what age that you're talking about, like they ran different rule sets. They did math differently. And so it's like they didn't specify to anyone what specific type of rule set to run the math through, which is a shit thing to do. You know what I mean? It's like, look, this, we want you to do the clearly obvious. We're going to take it, we're going to arch it on over to the parentheses. And then obviously we want you to do from left to right first for what it is, which is a programming technique, if you don't know, which is, if this is here, we run it through this way. We don't do it that way. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Specify which one. And that's really why I'm angry, because it's like, no one specifies anymore. They're just like, do it. And it's like, well, you have multiple different answers that you can come to for those fucking questions. And they're all valid. Every one of them's valid. It's just depending on the rule set and how it is that you decide to logically go across and or up and down or whatever else to do the logic. And they're thinking that they're better because they came to this conclusion, which means it's the right conclusion. And it's like, it's not, though. It's a conclusion that is correct, but it's not, all of the correct conclusions that are possible, because you didn't specify. You generalized. Generalized means there's multiple different conclusions you can come to, like a subset list that ultimately depends on which version of how it is you logic gate it allows for you to ultimately have for an answer. And that's the problem I end up having with garbage, out there, because it's like, you're garbage. Like, I'm gonna hate on you because you didn't try, And I'm like, I didn't reach the same conclusion as you. No, I have a different perspective because you didn't specify. So this is the way I was going to do it. That's not garbage. That's just you letting me do with a thing. And so, like, this is how I came to my conclusion. And they're like, you're the garbage. You're the weirdo. You're the shitty, stupid head. And it's like, well, here's all the other ones that could be there. Which one do you want to choose? They all pretty much paint the same picture, and they say pretty much the same thing. So which one do you want to go with? Talking about, like, universal law or universal theories, stuff like that. Because it's like, you can interpret the data to mean many things. Unfortunately, we don't have really specific great perfections of things. It's all very interpretable. Like my quantum thermodynamics, quantum relativity superposition theory is very obviously so despite what you think, there are multiple ways to come to the conclusion that it's not a perfect superposition. Depending on what you're talking about, someone could be observing you, and you yourself could be observing. And in fact, that is probably the only way that this works, because you still have stuff that's interacting. And so it literally makes no sense for it to be any other way. Otherwise, you'd flip between many, many things all at once. And so as a result of that, it's like mathematically anything other than that to interpret it as would be incorrect. You can go from there, but you can't use something else. That's a foundational component to universal law in terms of my version of what's going on. And so, like, that's kind of the worst part about that. It's like, it doesn't matter that there's other things there. It doesn't matter at all. Like, we can all be observing other things randomly in different capacities in our own self. Like, our own selves observe ourselves. So you remember that whole philosophical, I do not know what is real, but I can definitely determine I myself am, at the very least. I can determine the interactions there within me or from me or to me, or with me, or at the very least, something that is going on. It's for sure going on. Regardless of how you interpret what the philosophical styles of that is, meaning, is it a program? Is it real? Is it whatever? Doesn't matter. Point is like, for you, it's real. Your perspective, it's real. Your interactions are real to you. It's not some Bosnian brain anymore. That's not what that would be. You being you is not Bosnian. In fact, a whole bunch of things could interpret incorrectly something being there and therefore make it appear very, very, very real, but there is actually nothing there. You know what I mean? And like, that's the flip side of a Bosnian. Like, a Bosnian is like, this thing can't observe itself. It can't, because it's not real. It's not there. There's nothing there. But everything else is basically gaslit into believing that it is there, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, but they're gaslit. But then it's like perceived. Everybody, that's real, but it's not. It's not real. There's nothing there. But then the Bosnian can go like, that's not real. That seriously is not real. The Bosnian knows and interprets like, hey, like, I can go, I for sure am not interacting with that. I don't know what else any of that shit is, but I'm not interacting with that because it itself knows itself and is hallucinating somehow with all the information of all the because you have to remember, that's how a Bosnian brain works. It's so very odd. Like, if you ever think about that actual, like, concept, it's like it came pre-installed with all the information of what the fuck it was. Who gave it the information? How did it just spring forth with this type of information? Like, is that how it worked? How the fuck did that work? And then so, like, anything that's outside of it, it's like, hey, we're gonna come in and try and help you because it's like, oh my god, you actually don't know. Like, all of these data sets and everything can be entirely wrong to very, very accurate. You have no idea. It's basically random spawn, and that's for those that happen to be given information, and even those, some of it correct, and even those, you know what I mean? And then you have to be able to calculate a lot of different things to be able to hallucinate that much, to feel as though you're in a reality. Body and brains don't work. They're just shit. They literally don't do what he proposed. We're talking ultra super high echelon bullshit that in all actuality wouldn't be what we are, because of course we don't have the likelihood of a Bosnian style of informational complexity and ability to literally perceive all of these things going on, interact with them, and because then it's like, then we're in a dream state. At that point, you would be able to change it. You could observe yourself hallucinating. You would know that you are. If you're that good at complex, you would know that you're the one doing it. And so, like, that means that Bosnian brain wouldn't be a thing. But because, we happen to have, even if you're talking about like some super complex, like I can astral project or like quantumly, interact and entangle and affect something longer distance, somehow something like that. And it's like, I'm controlling it like it's a puppet. It's like, are you a Bosnian brain now? It's like, no, because that's still doing its own thing. It still has its own interpretation. It still has its own data sets, memories, interactions, and all the rest. And so since we know down to the smallest idiot's bit, which by the way, you wouldn't as a Bosnian brain be able to do, it would be very vague. You couldn't get there because it's like that keeps a lot of the processing power down that you need to have to be able to at least feel as though you're doing something. And so Bosnian brains are stupid, but what they're great at is going like, hey, that thing doesn't exist. I don't care. Like, I can observe you and me, and that's not there. That's a Bosnian brain. It's like, that's not there. That's literally not there. I don't care what you could have everything, even trying to do it with me, the Bosnian brain in this instance, say like, that's there. And it's like, it's not though. But one hell of a gaslight, right? Like, it's not like you can fuck around with physics and shit and like have like pressures and gravities and everything and even make it, but it's just a really good illusional hallucination effectively. It's a hologram. It's not really there, but it sure feels like it could be. Sure seems like it, but when you probe a little bit, it's like, oh, it's gone. It's not there. Like, and then that breaks chain reaction domino wise everything else around it. It suddenly flips to the superposition is such that it's not. It's gone. The information that everybody was thinking they were seeing was really as a result of something else and everybody else joining together. And then that breaks it off and makes it not exist. So, and it just takes time for that to happen. That's all that is. And so that's one of the reasons why that like little down to nothingness point, I'm like, yeah, no, you can really kind of fucks with that, like fuck with that and then be like, this is a thing, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, because one moment you can probe to that point, it's like, it's gone. It doesn't exist. It doesn't matter how anybody perceives it. It's still not there. And that's how that works. That's literally how that will work. It's always how that works, And so that's one of the reasons why it's like, how do you determine that over there is real? And it's like that way. That's how you determine it's real. It's not philosophical anymore. It's just straight up physics, science and physics coming together and going, that's not real. That is, deal with it. And like, that's how that works. That's how it will always work. And that's one of the reasons why the little eye, brain, all this other stuff that we are, it's like you're always determining for sure that your brain is real and that everything that you're interacting with is as real as you can reasonably with the apparati that you are mechanically, kind of being able to sense. And better you get at it, it's like, yeah, that's real. That's not, like that's what that does. And so like, no matter what, we are for sure real. No matter what, we're for sure real, but like people get freaked out. It's like, it's not real locally. I'm like, well, you can still observe that it's moving in the little fiber optic cables and know that they're going to hit the detectors and go like, this is what it is. And it's like, right. Yeah, but like, it's still there. The photon's still there, dude. You don't know what the photon's information is, but the photon's still there. You know what I mean? It's still real. I don't care what the hell you say. It's still there. I don't care. It's still locally real. You just don't know what it is. To me, that's how that's phrased. Because it's like, it's definitely there. You just don't know what it is. That it's going to be. That doesn't mean anything to me. It's still there. It knows what it is. It's observing itself. It still knows what it is. Like, you just didn't know to determine it, as in like you didn't know a way to determine it on its way to being detected by this classical version versus a quantum version of detection. And so that's the reason why I have issues with that, because it's like, oh, nice Nobel Prize, whatever, who gives a shit? I don't care. Like literally it doesn't matter. It's like they know what they are. You just don't know that. I mean, you have a problem with that part quantumly, that you're saying that things can observe themselves. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? That's the only way anything technically exists, dude. Even if you don't like that. And it's like, to me, it's just a version for the quantum physicists to allow for reigning chaos and disorder. I'm like, no, I know it's there. Like, there's no way we could ever figure out how to figure out the information of the past. So blah 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. But eventually you'll get there. Right now you can't. But like, whatever. It's like, what are you trying to hide over there by saying that? Are you a part of something that we need to know about? That's what it feels like to me. It's like, honestly, is there something we need to know about? Is there something that you're trying to hide? Because it's like, eventually we should be able to get there. Pretty reasonably degrees of accuracy, like what was real, what wasn't, and how fucking crazy things could be and not, and how determined and not determined, and so on and so forth, and whether or not something's interacting from the outside of our universe or with inside. But then, it's just a different plane of existence meaning a dimensionality aspect and or a energy dimensionality, because there's multiple dimensionality aspects to me. All right. And so, like, for me, in my perspective, it's like, all right, so you have spatial dimensions, you have time dimensions, and you have energy dimensions, then you have the different connection dimensionalities, and the rotatively, in no way whatsoever. Sorry, folks, I don't care what you happen to view that as. To me, it's like, it's all at once. And like, you just basically do like a Rubik's Cube to look around and a 2D, 3D, because we're not really 3D. In order to have real 3D, you need a box of like, sphere 360-degree viewing angle things to be able to see something moving in a third dimensional aspect. Otherwise, we're just 2D dimensional aspect beings that happen to be able to have two that then gets jiggered, and then we look in and like with depth, and we're looking 3D, but we're not really viewing and perceiving in 3D. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? And so it's one of those frustrating things, because it's like, you can get really, really good at being able to perceive like in a different way to be able to get to the point where like you're 3D, 4D, all this other stuff. But like, you also have to add in all those other different degrees of dimensionalities and, the result of possibilities of energy, space, time, connections, distance, you know what I mean? Like, and so it's a weird one. Or even like string theory doesn't even touch on that. And that's just, high dimensional thinking, which you have to get really, really good at to be able to, start getting towards quantum thermodynamics, quantum field theories, different dimensional aspects of energy and time, dilation, compression. This is something I loved about. It's like, there's a crisis in astrophysics. Okay, there's a crisis in astrophysics. So like, we don't know what the real, actual age of our universe is. And I'm like, okay, wait. So we've already done the redshift. Did you do the compression and expansion of the supposed along added in, dark energy, dark matter, versions, the lensing, the change of, and then like viewing as it compresses, but also accelerates, but then also means it takes a shorter distance to get to us as it accelerates inwards and then expands outwards, but it's not even all the time, because rotational inertial forces means that gravity changes, and it spreads, it then comes back in as it moves in a three-dimensional space, fourth dimensionally aspect wise, as light, because light is slow, and there was a time before light. Like, light's slow. Like, if you don't know about that, it's like slow. Light's the fastest thing. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's slow though. When you think about it, it's relatively slow. It's not like instantaneous transmission of anything like at all. And so it's like, it takes its time to get to us, and it spins, and it does other interactions, then it fires off. And so like, there's a bunch of noise. You have to do the blue, the red, the dimension space aspects changes. Then you still have to have the quantum, field effect, changes of resistance to motion, or so on and so forth. And so that's a lot of math to do. And then you have like the one problem that trumps it all, You have one satellite's worth of data. It's not even somewhere over there, like way the fuck over there with Sirius B or some other shit. It's on our planet in orbit. Like you get a couple of data points like that, and it's like still the fact that like it changes itself over distance, and then with Oort cloud, thingy that is sun, pressure that changes outright, amplitude wave stuff in strength and frequencies, whether going forward or away. It's so it's like, but there's a point, right? And I'm like, well, there's still that expansional part, which is always a quantum thing to its own degree, because it's like eventually, see, this is my part that I talked about with like the bridging the gap. Like Big Bang, as it expands, it's like then it's like having the great hole fill in, like these little itty bitty things that as it's converting and making all this stuff, it's creating a quantum field that happens to interact more and more and more with itself, and then the outside, even though it like compressed to this little point, is still there with stuff that's there. And so it's like it then expands faster and faster and faster, like a pressure wave against this stuff, and then interacts and then converts and then either spreads it inwards or outwards. And I talked about that in one of my old videos, which isn't even that old, it's a couple days old now. But like, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so there's definitely a field there, but it had to come up from something. The nothingness part, like, well, people don't really like that idea. Or if they do, it's like, thank you. I mean, it took a long time to figure out how to like, okay, so it has to create a potential of momentum, which means it can finally build something. You know what I mean? It's like it needs to create potentials to make something occur. Like otherwise there's like the idea of nothingness really freaks the shit out of people. It's like it freaks them out. It's like, no, how is it all the dimension? So it needs to, because then compress, but then expand, blah, blah, and then like that. That means there's a potential for movement. There's a potential for momentum. There's a potential for distance. There's a potential for things. And in that potential, it can start to create this idea of perceived gravity, which is perceptually that kind of start to like gray holes are right next to that point, and then they'll start, but then it's like other things that are moving around because it wants to, that's what nothing does. It wants to get rid of itself from being there. Like that's its whole shtick. I can't be. First off, it doesn't make sense. I'm the only thing that exists, but I'm not anything. What? That doesn't make sense, but it does to it. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, no, I'm the only thing here. So I got to make something happen. You know what I mean? And so I'm going to fill this shit up. I'm going to fill the fuck out of it. But from its perspective, it's basically infinite. I mean, to me, in my math, I write it as infinity because it's like, that's how it has to do it. Infinity of a zero means there's a potential for a one. And a potential for a one means I can start fucking around with that until I eventually get the mathematics to go, there's for sure a one. One has been proven. One was proven. And from there, multiply by infinity. Immediately infinite. You know what I mean? I got the one for sure. Oh my God, the complex math. But I got the one. And boom, infinity. And so it takes a while to get there. And then you can have all the stuff that you can do in between. You know what I mean? But it takes a lot to get that. You know what I mean? It takes a lot to get there. You have to get there. Takes a lot. It's a lot. There's no lies, no potential. You know what I mean? Like there's tons of potentials. Like you got to remember, like basically an infinite number of potentials to get to one potential that is possible to be interacted with. But from one, you get an infinite number of possible potential ones. And so it's like a bunch of infinities that basically another infinity, another, and then eventually you get to, we got definitely a thing. For sure. Boom. It's for sure definite. I don't care what anyone fucking says. I'm a real bitch. It takes a lot to get that. It's a lot. You know what I mean? It's not a lie. No lies. It takes a lot to get there. There's no way that you can't fucking just need a lot to do that. Like, you need a lie to do that. You need a lie. You have to lie. This is what I imagine people would probably say, because a lie and the idea of a mathematical concept is that you're starting with the idea of a lie. And it's like, yeah, I know from your perspective, it's a lie. But it's not. You see, that's the problem. There's no lie there. There's no such thing as a lie. It's just physics. But it's like, lie is the idea of that it wasn't a one that was really there, but it was. It was one that was really there, but it's not technically there. And so it's not a lie. It's not. It's just not. It's straight up not a lie. First off, you don't deal with lies in mathematics. Okay, so like you can go and do this. This is a concept I created back when I was in middle school. It's unsound in a way or two. Okay, for the idea of solving pi, so since it's unbelievably infinite. Stupid shit, right? Like, dude, what? Infinite? No. It just goes on for so long we'd never be able to calculate for it. It's like, it's what other math says, and then so on, blah, 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 arguments. To me, I'm like, that's because you're working with this idea that like it has to be done this way. There's multiple ways to break out a problem like that and have different types of logic eventually get you there. And then there was also like, well, there's nothing saying you have to always try and get the closest number when you're dividing. That's just something we came up with to make it as easy as possible. But therein lies for sure within there, that infinity, you didn't try and go for that perfectly close as possible number. And you intentionally left it low as far down as you could go to secondly close as possible to get a different result that will inevitably create a stop point that solves pi. And like that's a thing I came up with in middle school. I tried doing it for a while, but I'm like, you'd need a pretty decent computer with predictive analysis to see what the result of patterning for algorithm would be the correct way to effectively get a closer and closer and closer until you get to there's no more remainder. It's done. And while, yes, technically speaking, it's not perfectly close, it doesn't change that I solved pi. And other mathematicians will disagree, and I don't care. It's still a solution. It solved pi for me, from my perspective. From their perspective, is whatever relevancy it isn't relevant to me. It made it so it was a complete whole number, and I didn't need to worry about it anymore. Boom, done. So do the same thing with anything else. And you'll find that like very few infinities exist then. And as a result, like I don't need to work for that kind of design process. I don't need to get perfectly accurately close. I just need to perfectly make sure it's nothing but whole, like done. It's calculated to this degree for sure. It is that. Then it's done. And so from there, I can work out like the vast majority of any supposed infinite standard model, any degree of uncertainty, degree of any of that. And I have 100% certain, 100% all of it. And from there, it's like you get pretty fucking far. You get pretty fucking far from that. You can go backwards, you can go forwards, you can get everything, practically speaking. And so the idea of infinity isn't very incorrect. Like, you still have to remember, nothingness is going to be a potential infinity. You see, even if it's this degree for us because of our bubble of universe, but in reality, it's like, even if you go outside that far of the universe, you know what I mean? But it's like, there's a point where it's like, there's infinite because it's repeating. Even if there's no other universes besides ours, even if it repeats itself. So it's infinitely nothing. But that's a good thing, because you need that. You need to have infinity to be able to make one universe that is for sure a thing, which is a problem that some mathematicians and physicists would have with the idea of it. Not that I really give a shit, truthfully. It's like, still working. The program's still working. Anyways, program go burr. The math goes burr. Still working perfectly sound, 100% perfect all the time. Perfect. Still hasn't made a mistake so far. Just looks like it's making mistakes, but it's not. It's intentionally that. Not that they would probably agree, but I don't really care. I'm the one that has like that idea that's working pretty soundly with my internal mental mathematics. So. And that's the reason why I'm like, whoop-de-doo. I don't care about other mathematicians. They never really creatively thought about how to make a solution, instead of like trying to brute force the solution they currently use into making that thing work. Instead of changing the program, they continually try to force a program to work when it was never going to work. Mine does, though. It does exist within that infinity. It will eventually get to the point where it is solved. I made a different one that's even better, so that way I don't have to wait for it to go that fucking, and then use the neural network memory. It's like, how program this, so that way I could get to that point. But that's, for something else, because then you have to also deal with fourth dimensional, spatial, energetics, so on. Right. And then like, you also have to break it out. And there's like a lot of mathematical theories here that effectively mean that I have to run an algorithm to break out what it is I'm calculating very quickly for, which isn't that hard to do, honestly. Most people that are mathematicians that are worth their salt probably already know how to do that. So, I don't know. I managed to like make it a very, very, very small, my algorithm that basically runs like a lot of shit. Like, it breaks almost everything down into like that thing. And so like a lot of other math kind of starts looking very similar to itself. Like, this is the electromagnetic field, and it's like, it looks quite similar to this other thing that I have going on, and so does this one. And you get like basically what is essentially that kind of a program, if then blah 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 statement, run it like that, and then you figure everything out, kind of stuff. But it's like, figure everything out is like, relative. It's like, I kind of figured out the way I kind of seem to be able to know. You know what I mean? Like, you always have to remember there's stuff that we don't know, see, perceive, understand perfectly or correctly. And so it's like, it's solved, question mark, quotation marks, question mark, solved, quotation marks, question mark. That's what it looks like to me. You see, that's what my version is. It's like, it's solved. Hopefully, I'm still working. Yeah, still going so far. That's how terrifying it is. When it comes down to like the world of physics, it's like, if you ever think about it, it's like, we are always that fucking close to just like having some shit go down and just we're gone. And it's like, I don't want that. Bye. I need to figure that out. Let me just figure this out really hardcore so that way it'll never happen. Fuck off. He's like, all things must die. And I'm like, that's your bullshit interpretation of the rules. That doesn't necessarily mean that I have to interpret it that way. Because I mean that. Like, I mean that hardcore. That's what it means to me. It's like, we had from nothing life. Go shut up. I can keep this thing sustained. Not that they would understand that. Their idea is an Eastern philosophy, which is like, depending on the world, as Eastern, Western, whatever. It's like, all things must end. I'm like, yeah, no, because you never struggled hard enough. Shut up. You gave into your Taoist ways and decided to like let it happen. Which is a way of like, I'm terrified of death and I just want to accept it. So I'm going to do that. That's what it feels like for me, you know. And I'm like, I'm terrified, I accept it, but it doesn't mean I can't fucking try. That's what it means to me. It's like, all well's and good, but whatever. But that's kind of what that is. Got the nuts and the seeds. I didn't clean. I need to do dishes so badly. I have decided to basically do no dishes, and it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? The hell? I've been having a very depressing week. My friend texted me saying he was scared. Or not scared. He was having suicidal thoughts and ideation. Another one said he would call me, and he's basically been blowing me off. And I'm wondering if something's going on in his life, or if I did something, I'm not talking enough, stuff like that. And I'm worried about him. And then my grandpa pretty much just ditched me after I messaged him like several days ago. And then my medicine has been having a big issue again. My doctor was like, I'm not going to fucking read any emails because I inputted it incorrectly. And while we discussed having this type of medicine, it got input like something entirely different than what we were saying. And then there's like, oh right, but by the way, you're trying to get your psoriasis taken care of, which means you have to take these injections twice a month, and then it's like, oh right, so the doctor, you finally got the whole thing done, it's done, right? They're like, we need a doctor's note saying that you did discuss with your doctor your lab results, and I'm like, oh, I did. I don't know why the hell you wouldn't think I did. I got them from the doctor's office. So I'm like, what the fuck is that? Who's paranoid like that? Who the fuck is that? Fucking weird ass doctor. And I'm just like, my medicine probably isn't going to be covered. You know what I mean? I'm just looking for a fucking psoriasis injection because, I've got it in private areas, and it's itchy and it's a problem, and they're becoming also, it also increases the risk of depression, anxiety, psychotic like symptoms, and other issues because it increases synaptic pruning and neuronal inflammation. And so along with migraines, and so like all of those things are problems I have along with my ADHD, and my PTSD and, all this other shit. And then I was like, I'm talking to my therapist yesterday, and she's essentially getting on my case about fucking like, I don't want to talk about that. That's private stuff. But the point is, it's like she was she was being defensive because I was like, look, if you're being manipulative with how it is because it's like the way she said something, I was letting her understand that it's like it's coming across like this to me. I don't know about your other patients, but it's like if they start having those thoughts and feelings about you, it's probably because they're seeing it similar to me. And then she goes like, well, I'm open to interpretation or open to suggestion. And I'm like, I'm not your fucking teacher. I'm not a therapist. What the fuck do you want? I'm your patient. The fuck is this? What the fuck are you? What? And it's like, what the hell could you really reasonably help me after a while with? Because it's like, what is it that you could do? You know, a rural ass place like this where it's like, I need a lot more help than what I'm getting, and I need money, and I need, you know, all that shit. And it's like, I'm not getting that. You know what I mean? I'm not. I'm just not getting that. And that's just what that's going to be for me. And I'm trying to get on SSI. I'm trying to get a job, but I'm trying to learn programming because it's like remote jobs aren't really as prevalent as I thought they were going to be, considering, you know, for my experience level. It's like, holy shit, you know? And then it's just the bike. I only got the bike. It's cold. My mom is like invalidating the shit. I mean, it's like cold. I have to go up hills and down hills and around cars. And it is cold when you have to ride through the wind chill. She's like, it's not that cold. It's nice today. You're not the one riding a bike. You're a shit person that invalidates and fucking gaslight. And like, I went through a whole text message, just straight up brutalized all over other manipulative garbage. And I'm sure my family wouldn't even understand why the hell that is what it is. It's like, what the fuck? You think that that's real? Like, what the hell are you even doing in your therapy? You are not growing. It's been 8 fucking years. You've been getting worse at it. You've been getting more manipulative. You've been getting more fucking subtle and covert in your narcissism. You know what I mean? And then that's not even getting into like my fucking, you know, two sisters, which like don't even want to know what the hell's going on and will never at all apparently see a perspective where it's like I'm clearly having issues and I need all of this other stuff going, you know, helped so that way I can work through, get workarounds, which isn't really fixed. You can't really fix certain things, you know, like an autoimmune disorder like psoriasis is you're not fixing that. You're reducing symptoms. You can't fix psoriasis. You know what I mean? You can't fix ADHD. You can work through PTSD and you can really manage the symptoms, which I have, but you can't really fix PTSD. You know, all of which it's like if you're out there, it's like my family, you family members were the ones who gave me that. And pissed off. It's like you're having troubles with your life. You know, things happened and then like stuff broke. Oh my God, it's always something with you. And I'm like, sure, thanks. Not my fault. I'm not doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? But it's like, you know, barking up the wrong tree. You know, it's like you'll never actually have them care or not just try and be defensive and garbage shit that justifies and excuses their shit, but will never give you a single ounce of anything. And so like that's just what they are, you know, and they'll never change that. And you know, people would be on their side in America and in many places because they just don't see that from my perspective. And they can't, it seems like. They don't have that like ability to sit down and like maybe he's feeling this way, maybe this is a problem, maybe I shouldn't just, you know, give in to this idea, you know what I mean? And it's like that's all they're doing, and they don't understand that it's like I'm not actually happy, and it's like you should be happy, and it's like no, why would I be happy? I've got nothing here, nothing in my like I've got nothing. Like, why would I be happy? Why the hell would you think I'm happy? Why the hell would you think I'm not just majorly depressed all the time and severely anxious and stressed? It's like I'm 30 fucking 1. I've got nothing in my life. What the fuck? Not even out. I still have to deal with my mother every fucking, like, what the fuck? How would you believe I'm happy somehow? I just pretend, put on the energy and so on. I don't know how the hell anyone would ever think I'm happy, but then they all know that. Like, to be fair, they know I'm not happy. They know they know I'm majorly depressed. They know all these things. There's no way you could see it without it. And that's all that is. It's like they're not going to give me any credit for that shit, you know? But I'll give it to them in the past. But it's like, because I'm empathetic and I'm sympathetic and I can think and perceive and so on. And they're just dumb shitwads as far as I can tell. It's a good way to put it, I guess. Because it's like, but see, they're not dumb. They know that they can get away with being that abusive. Like, all of them do. And like, nobody's really probably going to in their life view them as being abusive. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to work on your own life. I'm like, you got help from mom to get around your fucking 100+ K loans, Amber. Andrea, you have an entirely different mind. You had 18 grand saved up by the time you were out of fucking high school? You were always the baby. You got help from mom and dad constantly? You're like, I'm the black sheep, though. I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? How are you the black sheep? My family, extended, grandpa, all that. It's like, don't want anything to do with us. And my mom fucking totally destroyed any possibility of having a relationship with them. I wanted to talk, but it's like, I can't talk to anyone. That's weird. I'm just randomly reaching out. You know what I mean? Because I never understood that was normal. Because that's not how my family works. It's not how my family reacts. It's not how that works. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just the same shit. Again, it's like, well, don't focus on the past. You're by yourself. And I'm like, okay, so I'm by myself with no income, no ability to progress, really. I'm still stuck with my abusive mother handling my toiletry, laundry basics because I don't have money. I don't have the ability to buy that. Snap doesn't buy you that. And it's like, you have no ability to progress. Clearly, I know so much about you. You could easily do that. Right. How did that work out? How is it that you know that? You know, my other account is Gray Life, if you don't know. On YouTube. Gray Life. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Same fucking person. Yeah. Not someone else. I was blurgy pasting too. Knives are fun. All the rest of it. You know, someone else will believe that bullshit. And it's like, yeah, well, you know, people hacked my fucking account, man. It just wasn't that hard, apparently, even with two-factor. I was like, what the fuck? How is it that you broke into my accounts to get into that? Turns out they're not that hard to do. And so, that was a thing. They're like, you don't have hackers. I'm like, no, I do. Yeah. No, I definitely do. It's still do. You know, that's a whole other problem. Not that they really ever give a shit about that. I have to go pee. Time to pee. Seems like every stream happens to have this go on, if I'm honest. But where I talk about my fucking abusive family, it's like I don't want to even talk about them or mention them. But it's like people are stupid shit dumbasses that genuinely feel as though that they're right about some garbage, especially when it's like my family did this and I didn't turn out bad. Newsflash, you are bad. You are still garbage. That's how that worked. You're still garbage. Did not be garbage. You know, you're invalidating overreactionary piece of shit. But, you know, they don't really ever view it that way. I don't know. I would be more honest with people. I don't know where that came from. It's like I'd love to talk to people about my shit, but I opened up a little bit with my fucking therapist. She tells my psychiatrist he's being paranoid and shit. She didn't even realize or recognize that any of that shit's possible that I talked about with her. That one was rough. Realized after my last appointment, it's like she's being subtly manipulative and abusive with how it is she's trying to like rile me up. And when I called her out for it, she got defensive and she tried to start getting ahead and interrupting. You know, like that jump on it. Like, no, and hey, well, so that kind of a thing. I need a new therapist, but that's like my fourth currently. I'm on my fourth therapist with this clinic, and they're the only clinic in town. There's no real way to get around that. I was like, I need therapy. That's obviously the fact. The fact of the matter is I need therapy. You know, and like that whole like, maybe you do, maybe attitude from some people is pretty stupid to me. It's like, who the fuck are you? Who said that's reasonable? Like, who the what? What? That's what I imagine someone being, but it's like it's not imagine at that point. It's like I know for a fact if there are enough people watch this, statistically, I'm going to hit that motherfucker that's that stupid. And that's kind of what that is. You know what I mean? Same thing with my family too. Garbage as they are. I tried it in the morning. But if I was on a spaceship trying to leave the end of the world, like, you know, some major whatever the fuck, right? And I had the opportunity, I'd shove them in a fucking goddamn escape pod, send them back to the Earth, and give them, peace out. See ya. And I walk away. I wouldn't give a fuck. I literally wouldn't give a shit about them. But then, you know, that motherfucker that's like, maybe you do need therapy. Is probably in that fucking ship, you know, escape pod. She's like, we gotta fucking help all the people. I'm like, do we though? Is that a reasonable thing to say? Some people are just not good people. I am. I know I am. I'm smart, intelligent, mature, all that shit. And people immediately have this defensive, oppositional fucking bullshit where it's like, you're not as good as you. And I'm going to fucking go against that. And it's like, that's their angry, I have to go after that kind of thing, as if they're something of value. Like people that think like that have that kind of grudge, that have to like I have to knock someone down. I have to knock him down a few pegs. I'm the guy that's going to be that way. I'm the woman. And I'm like, ooh, who assigned you that? You have a hero complex? You have a villain complex? I mean, yes, narcissism, think yourself better, so much so that you have the right to do that. It's like, yeah, you do, huh? Some of the reasons why it's like, you're not someone that should ever be in a position of power, authority of any kind, have say over anything. You're someone that always needs someone to watch over you, to make sure that you aren't going to hurt yourself or others. That's that type of dangerous personality, because they'll look on the surface like they're good people. But see, that's the narcissism psychopathic trait that they are. They're garbage. They are garbage. So I get angry about that. It's like, I can't handle someone calling me this. I'm like, well, with the way you're acting, you're contributing to the massive steaming pile of shitty garbage that is America and the world, really. And that's what that is. It's like, I'm NASA. Oh, so you learned a few things that someone else that could do as well as you, but wouldn't have that problematic personality disorder that you have. It would be better in that position you have. Would be the right person for the job versus you. But like, people love that asshole that's willing to tell them niceties and platitudes, but subtly they judge and plan to ruin their life or something else. Like there's some better version of what's it called? The guy with the Dexter. I think it was Dexter Morgan or some shit. Like that kind of shit. I have certain rules and values I live my life by. That's an immediate red flag. Like, you have an immediate red flag. When somebody says that. And it's like, you do? Okay, well, I mean, don't we all? What's so impressive about that? I don't know. But like, you said it like it meant that you were better than others. And it's like, you're not. I mean, I know I am. The amount of shit I've gone through, the amount of therapy I've done, the way I call out garbage shit like that, the way I'm not willing to allow for that goddamn shit in my life as a boundary. I challenge it and I keep poking and poking, watch them blow up. And they hate that. It doesn't make them better. It doesn't make them stronger. It only kills off their ability to believe that they should have anything or be better or good enough to hurt on other people, It's like, you're the psychopath. I'm the psychopath. I'm the psychopath. It's an immediate defensive statement. Why would I be? It's an immediate defensive statement. That's literally what that is. No ways. I was supposed to do some programming. I didn't do programming. I don't think I'm going to be doing programming. It's not really worth it, probably. wonder where I can put this into for a category. You know, I can't. Seems like you know, that whole gray, wrinkly, profile picture, avatar, whatever, is a direct, artistic, I guess. And anyways, supposed to be referencing the gray life and the like how there's gray between the black and white, and how society is very fantastical, thinking, mystical thinking, black and white, cognitive dissonating individuals. And then xenon, if you don't know, happens to, if you can actually get it to under the right amount of pressure and reduction of temperature, crystallize its form, it tends to look a little bit like a little wrinkly gray sort of feature, have a little bit of rainbow in it, which is supposed to be cool. And then like it's also supposed to talk about wrinkles in time, because gray time. Anyways, people wouldn't understand it. They think it's something else entirely, and because my profile picture, me, isn't on there, even though like all my fucking videos clearly have me in them. This is me. It's not, you know what I mean? And it's like, right, yeah, but it's not him. And I'm like, yeah, it is. It's definitely me. This is the same guy in Blurry Faces, same guy in Gray Life, the same motherfucker. Knives Are Fun, same all of that. It's still the same me. You know what I mean? It was like, I had to do that to get rid of hackers. They would not leave those accounts alone. They were fucking shit. I had to get rid of it. I had to tank them one way or another. And I'm still not even totally sold on what happened with it, So that's a whole thing. I don't know. But whatever, right? What am I supposed to do about it? But yeah, no, they're gone. But they're not technically gone. Like my account was like banned for Knives Are Fun. I tried to talk to them. My appeal wasn't gone through, and so like they still just not allowed to be there. But then there's hackers, and then there's a whole bunch of shit. So like truthfully, from anything that could have happened with it, it's like whatever caused it to go out. Like I don't fucking know. I don't care. I need to get rid of it anyways. It was a good thing. You know what I mean? It was a good thing. It was a good thing to get rid of that shit. They were constantly fucking going on and on and on and on and on about this fucking goddamn account. And people following me and fucking doing all this shit. Even if they don't believe or in any way think that that's true, I wouldn't give a fuck. It's a bunch of garbage that usually has their own paranoid delusions of grandeur, that think that somehow, some way, that's not going on, as if they were living my life. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Stupidity at its finest. But they're usually flat earthers. I don't know. I can't even get behind that shit. How do they think this garbage? But they do. That kind of shit. They get that paranoid. You know what I mean? They have to entertain it. It's like, what the fuck? Why would I entertain that? I don't know. But they have the same voting power as you. You have to remember that. They really do. They have the same voting power. These are the same motherfuckers that would be like, it's okay to shoot at, cops. What's the scenario? Like, I can maybe feasibly come up with something that might make that okay. But what's going on? Are we in a war? There's like some totalitarian bullshit that suddenly happened in the future. It's like, it's okay to shoot at them. We're trying to finally get like freedom. You know what I mean? But then that's the scenario that they come up with, as if what's going on is like that. In reality, voting still matters. In reality, all the stuff that they say is not a thing. It's like, what the fuck are you on about? Yeah. Oh, to do. I was like, that's like a significant portion of America. They're not subtly small. They're a big portion of America. They're in our Congress and representatives. They're in our political games. Like the balloon to me was like, oh, so this just gives them PR? Those fucking retards. This just gives them PR. Like they're spying on us and we could just shoot it down. That's the right move. Meanwhile, me. If this balloon was not assembled in America, they knew this motherfucker was traveling the moment it left China. There's no way they didn't see that. There's no way they didn't see that. The moment that fucker left China, they knew it was moving towards us. We have satellites, we have radar, we have the whole gamut. There's no way we didn't see it. So to me, it's like what they did for our country or government. It's like it's reasonable to assume that they also wanted to get other information than just what they're trying to do. It's like, look, how would the American public respond to surveillance drones or balloons just, around? How would they? We're going to let this through the Biden administration. Then we're going to see what this is. You know what I mean? We're going to see how they're going to respond. We're going to see how the PR right wing, which is the majority of our national security agency, the DOD, and all the rest of it that are involved, are typically farther conservative right wing agenda individuals that would love for China to give them this, hey, look at this PR. Yeah, we can get more fear-mongering garbage fest people to vote our way. And we could see how the public might respond. Are they going to be cool, calm, collected? Are they going to be freaking out? Hey, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? This is a pretty good idea. Meanwhile, they'll phrase it some other damn way for Biden. We need to know. We don't want that. Meanwhile, I started making jokes about it because I was making jokes. I was like, China just wanted to talk to America. It got lonely. It's like, hey, China, we know you could have just sent us a text or something. What the fuck? Surveillance balloon China got lonely. It's like, do you see this Russian dick? He's over there. Yeah, no, we know about him. China, you could have just talked to us. You could have just said something, China got lonely. It's like an uwu, the whole like red diagonal lines, just trying to talk to good old America. Yeah. Because it's like, that's the only thing I can think. It's like, look, hey, that we're spying on you, America. I can't do nothing. It's like, yeah, no, well, obviously, we're spying on you too. What do you want from us? Huh? To stop? We're not going to stop. Fuck you. It's okay if we do it, but not you. I'm like, meanwhile, the whole fucking world is like, whatever, bitch. You guys do your things. India's like, we need fucking proper sanitary water and energy. Middle East is like, same bitches. UK is like, damn it, fucking Ukraine. Don't victim blame me. I'm Ukraine. I didn't do this. You're looking too sexy for Russia. Meanwhile, Russia, yeah, it was their fault. There was nothing that was going to happen other than me trying to rape them. I mean, that's just what that is. And it's like, could you maybe rephrase that? I'm like, no, because they were not in any way like, I consent to you trying to invade us. Giving me unreasonable demands that are impossible to meet. That wouldn't even stop you from trying to invade us anyways. Fuck you, Russia dicks. Fucking stupid ass shit every time. What am I supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what the fuck is this? The hell? You know what I mean? But it's like, that's what that is. You know, and it's like, what else is the balloon for? I'm like, yeah, not really. Truthfully, it's like, it's really not that big of a deal. Because it's like, really, it's like that's all it could be for. It's like, look, you know what? We're gonna let you know that we're gonna do this, and like we know that you're doing this, and we're gonna work together with the fucking terrorists. Because like all we're trying to do, honestly speaking, with those stupid idiots that are destabilizing your entirety of democracy, we're totally gonna give them some power and influence on your public. This thing's like total fucking balls out movement for. All we have to do is spend some like 50K or 100K to make a balloon, weather balloon, surveillance balloon. That goes over and destabilizes you even more. Money well spent. Hell yeah. Woohoo. You know what I mean? That's all it's for. It's to be like, I know what's going on over there. You think I don't see what's going on over there? All right, let me just. Oh, wow, they're letting it go through. They really do want that. Oh, yeah. And what do you know? That's exactly what they're getting. They're getting what they paid for. Fucking promotion for these fucktards, destabilizing the entirety of their system for cheap as fuck, by the way. It's so easy. Let me just fly it around. Meanwhile, I'll shoot it with my rifle. Oh my God, I can't believe that you would assume that would be blah, 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 blah. Actually, I'm a performer, blah, 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 blah. Everybody, let's talk about this. Let's not talk about the rapes that are going on in Ukraine and fucking, all these other fucking places that are having destabilized governments of protests. And it's like, maybe we should protest here in America about the fucking lack of healthcare and shit. You know what I mean? France is having it. Middle East is having it. Fucking so many places. It is a good distraction. Let's just focus on this. Cheap as fuck for them, honestly. And they're getting their money's worth. I'll tell you that much. Shit. They're like, there's no target there. They did blah, 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 blah. I'm like, nice PR pivot spin. Suck it. Sure, you're right. I'm wrong. As officially... Officially, as if I give a shit about that. As if anything official ever came out that was the whole fucking story and the truth together somehow. Yeah, we learned a long time ago here in the millennial Gen X baby boomer and more crowd. That shit ain't true. Here in America, are you kidding me? They lie to you all day, every fucking day. That's all day, every day. Lie, we lie, lie. Woo! Comes out later, they release the thing. Yeah, we were lying then. They have no ability to stand, but people still buy that hook, line, and sinker. What fucking idiots, man. Like, what is that? But they do. And then, to me, it's like clandestine operations easy to push surveillance drones and shit out there. It's like, we need this for the fucking country's protection. Like, you know they want to do that. Like, you know they do. They already run clandestine operations. We've seen multiple versions of that already in existence. They fucking sprayed goddamn bacteria on cities. It came out later. Nobody fucking ever was held accountable. How the fuck do you figure they aren't trying to do something? It's like, if I was tea, I've spilled all the tea in the world. The harbor is now tea. It's a little salty, but it's tea. It's like, that's all that is to me. It is like, oh, okay, yeah, no, sure, yeah. You know, no, it's not. Yeah, we weren't doing that. I can't believe that you would assume that we would do this. Wag, 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 finger. I'm like, sure thing. Okay, buddy bucka. Keep believing you're garbage. Nobody covered it like that, but like that's speculation. This is only speculation here. You must know that. You couldn't be defaming or blah 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 wah 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 wah. Good thing I'm a small YouTuber. Because you know, like the bigger ones were like, you know what, this is probably what this is. You know, we're not that dumb, dude. You know, we're like stupidly stupid, but we're not that stupidly stupid. Come on. It's hilarious to me, though. Really? Yeah, because the whole world's a lie and we all fucking focus on the lies as if they're meaningful. I try talking about that to myself. It's like, look, the only thing that is there, because like I like to think of myself like that sometimes too, because I'm being kind of a pretentious prick about it, you know. But it's like, you know, when you think about it, it's like, what the hell is the actual value of the online view economy? It's the same value of like the perception of value in any stock marketing company. You know what I mean? It's like there isn't really inherently value. You don't get anything for having, you know what I mean? You have ownership of whoop-de-doo. I have this small piece of one of their buildings. You know, like roughly equivalent, right? But it's like it's not. Because even then, like that value isn't actually there. Like that building is a different value, you know what I mean? And so it's like you don't really have anything that's there. Like it's not tied intrinsically to anything at all except for a share, which has a perceived value. And same thing with the perceived value of importance of certain people's view count or lack thereof or amount of duration of the view that was there. There isn't inherently any value in any of it. And in fact, if you want to get philosophical about it, the ethical moral quandary is much more a, mentally, I'm the one associating meaning and value in that. I placed that decision down to being, it does have value and it does mean something to me and others are as well. But in reality, without that, it doesn't actually have anything there of value or meaning. It's only that we decide to make that have value and meaning. Does it gain value and meaning? And really the value and meaning is to exploit that. It's inherently neutral. The value and meaning isn't there. Inherently, it's not ever there. It's the equivalent of an atom is an atom. A hydrogen atom is a hydrogen atom. But until it starts to interact and do something, there is no real meaning or value to a hydrogen atom. It's just hydrogen. Who gives a shit? It's just hydrogen. Not doing anything, just being hydrogen. But the moment it interacts with something and you build this whole thing around it, then it turns into something. And then you have something. And so the value is then exploiting whether or not you get those views or you don't and so on. And that inherently has that value because it's a machine in its own right, an economy in its own right. even if it doesn't necessarily place any real value or anything outside of the manipulation or direction or redirection therein of attention towards something or away from something. Just like any other mainstream media. But it doesn't inherently have value. That's just not what that does. It just doesn't do value, really, if you think about it. It's like, what value would there be? You know what I mean? Like, what value is there possible? It's just a view. You know what I mean? That's all that is. It's just a view. Okay, but what value is that? Not really anything unless you assign that a value. You assign your time as valuable. And so, like, if you really think about that, a view is undervalued for all people. Anyone views you, you should get a lot of money from that. But you don't, because inherently you don't have that much value. You don't have that much worth. And the exploitation of that, meaning the money they can get from it, is the value there within. And so there isn't really value to that. And there's no such thing as a valuable or positive death, if you really think about that. There's a positive end, which isn't really death in my mind. And I switched over ADHD brain. Because like my brain went over to because in the Native American, there's this couple, not every one of them though, owls that are on this happen to represent death. You know what I mean? And so, while to Americans, typically, it means wisdom somehow. I don't know where that one came from. When inherently owls are not the smartest birds. They're not dumb, but they're not the smartest birds by any stretch. I don't know how wisdom came about for owls. You know what I mean? But the value is in the death of wisdom, which is not really, it's not really, it's more of making people more manipulatable, more easily reactionary, more easily controlled. That's the value that they seem to have. But then it's like, there's value in gaining a control through education and coming together and having consistent, beliefs. It's a good way to put, we all decided to go along with saying that this was correct. This is a good perspective, and these other perspectives are good, and this zone is about this, and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And so, inherently, the idea of power and control is now down to everyone having a voice, which when certain people are the majority holders of that, then, they're gonna resist that. So, but I don't. That's kind of my whole point. Then again, you also have to remember they're inherently unstable. You have to remember they're inherently unstable when they're like that. Which is to say that, if you don't have a genuine, let's put it in the world of physics here. Okay, we're going to say hey, the world of physics have these rule sets, and so the atoms, the quarks, the fields, all of it interact based upon this rule set. And so, anarchists will be like, no, we can all just deal with it with just our own individual tribes. And I'm like, well, it's not working online to be that good. And you still have overarching power control over certain websites, and they still have their own overarching power and control over them. And so argue for one way or another, it doesn't matter. The point is, that's how that works. Monkey brain that's the way it is currently. If you want to change that, you also have to get into the spread down effect that is everyone else doesn't agree that that's okay or is okay. And so inherently, you're not going to have a functional and agreed level of control or presentation or whatever else you want to call it. And so when I turn into like, hey, big bad daddy government here guy, as much as you don't like that, you need to fucking put forth both viewpoints. Shut the fuck up. You need to put forth the fact that they're good too. They're a good person as well, except sometimes they are not. And depending on the directed interactions, they are always not to always are. And so you have to remember that like that always is essentially non-existent, practically speaking. It's like, well, the two people that are hyper fucking sadistic, psychopathic, terrible people that are essentially just going to kill a whole bunch of people, and they don't care, even themselves, right? Regardless of what other thing, like it's wanton, it doesn't matter, and in fact, nothing of benefit was occurring. That's inherently bad. But for those two people, that interaction is good. That's a good interaction. Always. For them, they are happy to have that interaction. And so you have to remember, just because a good interaction is good for the two involved doesn't mean it's good for everyone else, And you have to break that down a little bit further. So it's like, look. My zone theory is my zone theory for a reason. It's like you can go this big overarching government that's like, you need to talk, which is a fascist type of rule. It's a totalitarian benevolence, by the way, but it's fascist in nature, where it's like, I'm oppressing and suppressing your ability, no matter how much you fucking don't like it, to yell and scream and say this person's bad. I don't care. I don't really honestly give a fuck. Like, this is the merits that they say they have. These are the contradictions that they have to have for those merits. And these are our reasons, but these are also some of the negatives about our things, because they still exist. You know what I mean? And so like, then on top of that, it's like, this is how they would raise things and blah, 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 blah. And so it's like, if we're going to talk about like Nazis, it's like the people that are Nazis, okay, that are nationalistic, fascists, socialists, whatever, but they're all white, blah, 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 right? They're in blah, right? They're in their own little zone. And it's like, you can't come into our zone, and if you do, it's not okay. And it's like, okay, sure. So you're there in your zone, whatever. But you don't get to expand. You have the necessary resources and everything else inside of your zone. That means you are more than able to expand, but are totally okay, which you do. So shut the fuck up about that. With the ability to work perfectly, adequately, and more exceptionally with the given amount of resources you still already have that are recycled, reused, and able to be given more of as time goes on. It's like other people, well, they're garbage and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm personally not a fan of their lifestyle, which is saying something, like, I personally don't view that as being okay or correct, but that they're their little thing. They can't go attack. They can't go and expand. There's no guns, no any of that allowed. If they are in any way shown to have that, then they go and get brutalized. They take their zone away, and then we get an even smaller zone with the ones that remain and go, hey, next time we're going to go even harder and get rid of even more of you. You know what I mean? And so everybody gets to play that game. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's shut the fuck up. We're going to murder you. You try to go and expand. You didn't do the whole, hey, we wrote the paper, we did the thing, we need this amount, and then this and that, and is honestly not expanding, it's not growing, it's not doing all that, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And it's like, right. But here's the other part. Everybody has to share it, not information, which actually technically is true. Everybody has to share information, but it's resources totally with everyone else. Like, they won't like that. And I'm like, well, I don't give a fuck. If they want to exist in this zone, you have to do that. Not to mention, it's like, oh, by the way, stupid tards, as stupid as you might be, you still have to go, yes, but those black peoples and Jews do happen to have these goods that happen to have come from them. They are very good at this. They are great at that. And this is their, and this is real. And there's no fake lying history allowed. You can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, right there, it's like 9. You know what I mean? No, fuck you. And I'm like, I don't know. Fascist government control here. Bonk. Don't give a shit. Suck it up. Say they're good. Say this is the truth. Say that that's also a perspective that's good. Fuck off. But on the other hand, like these socialist anarchists, blah, blah, blah stuff, it's like, look, these fascists over here that are like this, that are pressing and blah, 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 in their zone, happen to believe this stuff, and it's positive for them, and it's working like this, and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, from our perspective, it's not good like this. And same thing with them. It's like, from our perspective, it doesn't work like this because like these are, and it'll cause these issues. And this is the science that says that that's not really the case. And this is the science that, you know, because we interpreted it like this and we did these things, says that it is, or so on and so forth. You have to do that on both sides. You know? And it's like, they yell and scream like children all the time. They don't get to just like fucking, you know, bullshit people in their zone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get to just bullshit them and say like, this is the only thing that works. I'm like, no. That smarmy ass look should tell you, you know. It's like, no, you don't. Suck it up. Then it's like the big word, pedophilia. Same thing with that too. Always bad. Well, here's why they believe that. But then, like, actually, what we're really seeing is that it's like it's okay over here, and then, you know, this is what we view, and blah blah blah, and then not okay here. Same thing. Same thing with gays, straight, blah blah blah. All of it's the same to me. It's like if I'm the totalitarian dictator, as fascist as I am, as rainbow fascist as I've called it, you know, it's like, yeah, no, you're good. Both of you have to fucking do the whole like gray and the back and forth and the blah, 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 whatever. Right. And it's like it works with the people that are there, and they expand or they contract or they grow or they shrink resultively thanks to the rule sets that are within inside their borders and so on that make it so that way they can either grow or not. And some of them are going to do it in such a way that is very space marine-y. Or, you know, it's like, oh yeah, it's just like, no sex for you. Here's babies. You know what I mean? And it's like, you do realize that if you try and attack anyone, we have to murder you. No, we know. Shut up. You know, so it's like, all right, everybody's gonna get on board with that, by the way. Yeah, we will win. Chick ching chung. Are you sure? Boom. So we have a new zone. Brand new zone for anyone that wants it. Seems as though they weren't very happy about that. I don't really give a shit, though, you know. But see, that's the part of that type of fascism. It's like, it's good for that context. It's like, who controls you? And I'm like, all of you, really. But then, like, kind of not. You know what I mean? Because I'm a dictator. You know what I mean? It's like, no matter what, I don't do the whole, I'm not going to allow for that. You have to do the positives and negatives of everything. The doing and the not doing and so on and so forth here. You know, shut the fuck up. Do that. That's a rule that doesn't get changed. I don't care. Even I can't change it. I know that sadness. It's like who? It's like I'm basically tied by the very rules myself. That's what controls me. I don't have the problems that you do because you're like, well, he's gonna, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm still constrained by the rules. It's like, who's gonna fucking, and it's like every one of you basically is like, this guy's breaking the rules. This guy's breaking their, okay, like, oh, okay, just gonna do those rules. I'm gonna leave. If someone else will come in, I'm gonna do none of that over there. I'm just gonna live in my own zone. You do that. Yeah, no, I'm gone. Bye. Sorry. Bye. Just gonna leave. Which at that point, it's not really totalitarian dictatorship, but then technically that is, because that's exactly how they get rid of their power. It's like, everybody rise up, peasants. It's time to go attack. And that's exactly what happens. And so that's kind of what that is. It takes a while, but then, so that's what it is. And every time I'm like, I don't know. It seems like it's a good theory. It seems like it works, It's a good theory. It's like it works well enough, and you get your own zone. It's like a country at that point. But like you got your subzones and which are states, and then you got but then it's within that, even down to your apartment, you have your own individual zone, which has these rules, and they are like their own individual country at that point that are allowed to do that. And you can have any rules that work within that, even if the zone doesn't like it, they are allowed. And that's the part that I'm trying to make people aware of. Like, the zone basically negates the majority of the zone. But it's like you have to police the zone in such a way that it's like, look. Despite everything that you're fucking like believing is going to happen, this is the rape area. People go here, they're allowed to be raped, okay? And people accept that. And murdered and like all the rest of it. And it's like you sign your little fucking document, you do your whole little testy bullshit. It's like you are okay with going there. Fine. Whatever. You are tracked as fuck, by the way, in my zone shit. It's like, look, I know you. You didn't sign that fucking, you don't have any of that. You're not allowed to go there. Hey. Oh. Fucking bitch. Get your fucking paperwork done. That's all you have to do. Stop trying to get around the paperwork. Do the stupid paperwork. You can rape and murder all you fucking damn well, please. Go away. Get the paperwork done already. I like how we're laughing about that, or I am laughing about that, but it's like, that's basically what it means to me. You know what I mean? It's like, look, you can do that. Fine, whatever. Get it out. Whatever. You can live there. You can fucking do a day pass. I don't give a shit. But the point remains, for all this other stuff, it's not. You know what I mean? Just get the fucking paperwork signed. Do it. Do the whole like fucking, okay, so I'm actually aware of what I am and cognizantly not insane, blah, blah, blah. I did the test and here's a presentation of why I like this and blah, 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 blah. For living there. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's a day pass and you can just do like a test and be like, you know what? I just really am curious and that's my real reason. And it's just like border crossing shit. So it's like, it works rather well. It works perfectly. I don't give a shit if you're like, I don't like that. I'm like, don't give a fuck. You got the Nazis there. You got the fucking Nazis pretty much everywhere else. They're rather small. They're not that big. The misogynists over here are rather small, not that big. Meanwhile, it's like, do you have weapons? Not really. When necessary, we have weapons. Otherwise, you don't. And no one does. It's a better way to put it is like, no one does. Everyone's tracked all the way down to your restroom. Yeah, no, I love that. I'm like, I don't give a shit. You're all tracked. everyone's tracked everywhere, even my own ass as the dictator. Okay. Everyone's tracked. Everybody gets to watch everybody. Nobody doesn't have access to all footage everywhere all at once and what people are doing and saying. Yeah. And it's like, so it's self-policing at that point. And it's like, yeah, exactly. That's the point. People can be held accountable. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't trust no one, motherfucker. I'm not even gonna trust myself. It's like, did I say that? Oh, this isn't okay. Yeah, no, I was definitely having a moment. I'm so sorry. That is not what I really mean. I was just very angry. That's not okay. We're not doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, look, I'm not doing that. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're not? No. And this is what I was going through. And these are the problems I'm having. And then I'm just not going to do that. No. But then it's like everybody has to deal with that. You know, everybody's going to say some shit until eventually they get better at being able to not say shit and fuck around and really find out how fast, like, the whole Gestapo, mafiosos, the Yakuzas and all the rest come around and be like, hey, yo, so government here, bitch. We heard you saying some shit about this. That seems to be a tube right there. Are we allowed to go hunting? No. God, fuck. You have all your fucking meat, man, like grown in labs and shit. Like, you're gonna have to deal with that. Like, everything's recycled, reused, and all of that. Like, we have plenty of resources if we do it correctly. Like, legitimately. Like, a lot of people don't believe that, and I'm like, don't care. Scientists, engineers, and more have known for a very long time we have more than enough resources to cover all food, water, electricity, all of it. Shut up. I don't care what the hell you're thinking or saying. I don't care if you believe me or not. You're an idiot. And the fact of the matter is that's a priority anyways. You're all providing food, necessary resources for everyone. It's not just one area. It's like everyone. And eventually you realize it's like you can grow more over time. It's like, truthfully speaking, you know, it's insane. Like, how much resources are wasted, like, really terribly. But people really don't like that. It's like, no, I'm gonna go fucking over there. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You're all in agreement that you have to pay each other, and by pay each other, and no way is that what that is. Sorry, misspoke. You have to do the shared pool of resources. Shut the fuck up. Don't care. Shut up. Shut up. Stop reading. Shut up. Stop screeching. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. Everyone gets an equivalent amount. Even the dictator, dude. That's right. No one gets extra, bitch. Unless you requisition because of some reason you need extra. And in which case you have to plead that case to, like, everybody. Not just a singular person. Everyone has to vote that shit in your zone. Throughout all the zones, okay? So have fun with that. Let me guess, you're probably never going to get extra resources. Most likely. Unless you're like the big, bad, totalitarian, fascist, benevolent government. We need to, like, be able to make, spaceshipy stuff. So we kind of need more of this. And, you all agreed that we want to go, do the thing in space. So I hope that we can do this. That's my argument. Because it's like, yeah, that's basically what that would be. It's like, you guys want a spaceship, right? Yeah. Well, we need this stuff. So could we get that done? Sure. Vote. I'm like, Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. You know what I mean? Isn't that always a thing? But it's like, yeah, that's the whole point I'm trying to make. It's like, look, the government's the government. It's not going to be. Could you focus, camera? Could you focus here? Hey, focus. It's just blurfest extraordinaire. Autofocus on me, you bitch. And to back. Whatever. But the point is like zone theory is zone theory. It totally works perfectly. In fact, every government literally run around a zone theory quasi already. It just has more power and control over its zone. Like literally, like, oh, never work. And I'm like, to yell and scream about this, but you're already kind of technically doing a little bit of zone theory right now. Just gonna back off. And it's like, that's how I imagine they would react. Because it's like, there's nothing saying that it doesn't work. That's literally every government. There's literally every government on the planet does zone theory to a certain extent. It's just really highlighting further amounts and having like multiple versions, which is kind of like a European Union. You know what I mean? So that's all that is. It's like, I don't want a Nazi country. Yeah, I don't care. It's allowed. I don't care. I don't. No. Yeah, no. You still have to fucking like take their goods and everything if they happen to produce, because they have to share beyond like what their needs. If they produce anything extra, everything has to share their pool of resources, which, by the way, they still need these resources or whatever for like coal or gas or blah, blah, blah. But then you have the hydrothermal catalytic pyrolysis reactions, your wind and solar, your geothermals, like for very large buildings with piezoelectric steps and movement of people. There's the recirculation of water and so on in these ginormous buildings that can really take advantage of a lot of the recycle, reusing, beneficial green sources of power. So that way it limits the necessary, damage as we currently view it for the majority of people, even though I don't view it that way. It's like, it's not necessary. We have more than enough resources to literally make everything recyclable and reusable, and even grow and take from the resources we currently have. And so we have to take some energy, build it up in a battery, sort of, and then invest it into creating a better chip generator, whatever. Okay. So whatever. It's still every bit as fast as the innovative, types of ways that we currently do it now. And literally, if anything, it's like that's your biggest part of like what you do is like you just bigger, better, more efficientier stuff. Anything, you know what I mean? It's like this generator, we literally run off of this one little tiny generator. That's our entire, 50 million people in our one building. I'm like, that's fucking dope, dude. You have to share that with like all the other people. You know what I mean? So like that's information sharing. That's fine. I don't mind. I'm cool with that. I just want my name on it. And like everybody, yeah, your name has to be on it. Whoever collaborated, whatever information, whatever you took inspiration from, all of it has to be there. Everyone has to be included onto what that design was. That's what you have to do. All right. So that way nobody feels like they're left out. That way nobody feels like, hey, you stole that from me. You know what I mean? I'm not getting any recognition for my shit. It's like, no. Everybody gets, there's no payment. Remember, money is irrelevant. Remember? You already have all your resources. You have to remember that. You have your 3D printing and photolithography. You have everything that can build any apparatus, grow your own food. It's literally your calorie amount that is prescribed to you with this nutritional value because of your genetics, your gut microbiome, your enzymatic profiles, all of it. And so you will be your best looking goddamn self, man. And you know what? We're tracking your food. Sorry. Like, you're not just tracking you. Okay. We're tracking your food intake. We're tracking your exercise. We're tracking everything that could ever be tracked. Anything and everything. How many times did you fart today, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know that. I want to know. We need to know. It's a positive to know that. Why do you need to know that? That sounds so embarrassing. Yeah, everybody's tracked. You're not. Who gives a shit? We don't care. The point is like, this is health. You need to know that for your health. How many times you fart? Like, what did you eat? Like, because typically that could be a sign of something problematic going on. You know, like, you're getting scanned consistently with your urine and fecal matter. Like, we need to know if, like, whoa, you have a virus somehow. You got a bad bacteria. Like, we need to quarantine you. Sorry. Yeah, no. You're about to infect the entirety of and we need to like isolate and make sure that we can save you and like make sure we get a vaccine for any and everybody else. Okay. Like, we need to do that. We have to. It's necessary for everyone. And so you have all the resources, but you want to get recognition for what you put in, what you designed conceptually, mentally, emotionally, whatever, philosophical design, or even built yourself, or you went off of someone else's designs, but then you built it. And it's like, that's still collaboration. You know, I've talked about it with myself, but if I had people with money, the machines, and like people that understood what I was talking about and so on, I could get a lot further than if I didn't. Like, I know for a fact some of my ideas are extraordinarily good, and I could easily be able to market and sell them in my current, place in America and time in America. Like, I could do that, and I could make millions or billions or more monies, and it's just because I don't have people, and because I have to do everything by myself. Imagine the rate of progress that we have with people when that's not necessary. Everybody can go and build off of anything. We have an AI that can just go like, so is there anything about this? Hopefully, like that kind of thing. It's like, is there a concept for like this kind of a generator? And like, maybe I can look at it, and everybody has it. Everybody can build one. Everybody can do all of that. And so efficiencies go up. Innovation proceeds. Tech, art, philosophy, all of it can be grown and added on or changed as necessary, because every zone is not going to be the same. You know what I mean? It's like, so it grows and it gets better, but you don't do that without that being the case. And so like, everybody gets it. Everybody. There is anyone particular, but you have to remember, people have to be taught to not be dangerous with things, because like, some things can become a bomb. Some things can very quickly become weapons of mass destruction, and that's not allowed. And so like, hey, what is your use case? Like, we know your computer, if you try and subvert, if you try and get around, you try and hack that system, there's a reason why it's meant for death. And try and hack that system, it's like, it's a death sentence. Like, most of the time we're talking like, okay, so this person, we know what you were doing. We can find that information. It's not very possible for you to not be, see what I'm saying? And so it's like, okay, you designed a weapon of mass destruction, or even a weapon of any kind. It's like, that's not what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, mine is a generator. It was just supposed to be really powerful. But if you fuck with it like this, you could make a huge bomb. Meanwhile, nuclear physicists out there. I know what he's saying is right. This is a problem. Yes. We should make sure to curtail this. And so that's the part that is like, look, no subversion, no any of that. We're not trying to hurt anyone. Everybody gets information. We don't want people to hurt people. We want people to accept people for what they are and their differences of perspective, but also understand that it's like, respect the boundary of, hey, we are not like that. We are not okay with that. Our boundary is such that that's not allowed here. Okay. And so like, you're fine in that place, and you can travel around in your place and whatever is allowing you to travel around. But like, you have to be like this here. You cannot allow for that here. You cannot say those things here. You cannot do those things here. Okay. And like, then everybody is like, if anything tries to cross and create a big old kerfuffle argument or fight, military wise or otherwise, then it's like, then you end up having to have that issue, which is like, that issue is a huge difference. Okay. You have to remember there's a huge difference. There's like, everybody has to vote. Like, all the zones have to vote about what the fuck to do with this. Because you can separate, if you want to, that's allowed. But then you're the enemy of everyone in there. You know what I mean? So I was like, that's fine. That's cool. Kind of ? You know what I mean? It's a little, because it's like, look, you can have that person put to death, or you can do look, what led you to believe that would have been okay? What? Because you have to understand is like, people kept allowing that to continue going on. There was pressures or there was allowances or so on and so forth that ended up making that happen. And to prevent that from occurring before, instead of just, they're gone, they're dead, like understanding what occurred, and the person could have been manipulated or could have been lied to or so on and so forth, into believing that was acceptable or it was going to be okay and so on. You have to remember that that's a part of all that. And so like, that's the court/discussion that everybody now has to focus on. Yeah, no, sorry. Everyone. Yeah. No, all zones turned off everything they're doing to focus on this. And what the fuck is happening? Like, what the fuck happened here? We need to know what the hell happened. We need to know why this happened. Who lied? Who did this? Who did that? Who pressured? Who pushed? Who blah, 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 blah. And so that way you come to the conclusion of like, what really realistically is likely to have happened? What really is realistically this person could have been trying to think or manipulate someone into thinking? Because you have to also remember, it's like, eventually you get to a point where like, technologically you're advanced enough to get into someone's mind. You can tell if someone's lying. You can tell if someone's straight up not being true. Or they lied to themselves so well that that's what they believe now. And that's a big other part, because it's like, then the perception of the person is such that this was okay. It's a big deal. Is it disassociative, hypnotic, so on and so forth, and that becomes its own thing. But it's like, you have to also remember, it's like, some of that could be a real thing to some of that could not be a real thing. So it's like, let's say we're not at that level of advancement, but it's like, look, this person, regardless of it was manipulative or not, still ended up ultimately doing this thing that led to these reactions and occurrences and actions, which inevitably led to a possible fight or more. And arguments are fine. We all get into arguments, but there's a time and place, and that's that zone for the argument. Otherwise, it's a discussion. Otherwise, it's like, you have that fineness of play where you're able to like have your cake and eat it too, where you're mean dick. You know what I mean? Like, you want to scream and yell and that kind of thing. But then you also happen to have like, you know what? We're not allowing that. We're gonna talk calm, cool, collected. We're going to do this kind of if then, or my feelings, my perspective, so on and so forth, and discuss stuff. And that's majority wise what's allowed, and you still have to do the both parts. You can't do just your part. You have to do, this is what my perception of what you might be feeling is, okay, or perceiving it as. And I actually was not trying to do that, but you have to remember the brain is such that it will lie. People lie. And so it's like your best bet is to understand that it's like you're going to make sure before anything is discussed again, lies and everything else is looked into with whatever technology you can get. You have to look at that and be like, look, the voice inflection, the body language, the blah, 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 blah means this is very highly likely a lie. So what the hell did you want? What the hell were you trying to say? What the hell is this? You know what I mean? And so like, you have to remember that. It's like, it has to be there. It has to, for all people. We're not just talking about the dictator, where everyone has to have that. Everyone is going to get that treatment. Everyone. Not just the one. Everyone gets this treatment. It's like, I'm good. I'm genuine. Yeah, are you? Yeah, like majority wise, but like I can see why you might have been a little lying here or there or whatever else. But you know what I mean? Like, especially for your time and everything, but like if you're there in that time and that place and everything else, is like you probably wouldn't be able to lie. People aren't going to accept lies as acceptable. You just aren't. And that's fine. But in this fucking America at this point in time in 2023, you have to lie to a degree. Like you have to lie a little. And that's shit. You shouldn't. You shouldn't have to lie. Like, you shouldn't be afraid of being genuine. You shouldn't have to have those issues. Like, the fact of the matter is like we don't have zone theory and all these other problems are solutions to the problems that we have. You know what I mean? And people are violent garbage, overreactionary shit. There isn't help. You know what I mean? That people believe there is, and there isn't. Until they go through it themselves, which I love that one. As I go through the mental health care, go through all of it, get rid of all of your resources, just do it that way. And you will find how literally impossible it is to pull your shit up. Especially when you have mental disorders. Like, holy fuck, it is hard to get going, but they don't care. And they don't see it that way. And like, that's their zone. I'm not going to accept that that's a thing that's there, that's even affecting any possibility of what your actions are or not. And they are shit and garbage for that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And so you have to deal with like the fact that if you happen to get here, in this stream, it's like, oh, I don't think people really recognize that that's a huge deal. Like, that prevents a lot of people. That invalidation and more prevents more people from being able to accomplish things and be successful than it would ever help anyone. So, but that's their point. They don't want people to succeed. They don't want to get the zone theory. They don't want to have to like fucking get, they're selfish, self-centered, garbage, narcissistic, psychopathic, sociopathic, all that stuff. Like, that's what they're raising here in America. That's their version of how the government and society happens to run. That's why it's like, you need to lighten up. That's why you have to gaslight someone. You need to lighten up, victim blame. You're not doing this. If you didn't do that, then you wouldn't have this issue. That's why we have TERFs, because we place too much importance on social status versus like the actual true point, which is that's irrelevant. You're the one that assigns a value to that. You don't have to care if someone likes you or not. You don't have to worry, but you do, because it's like they'll hurt you. They'll stew you the shit out of you. Which that I tweeted about Astuya. You know what I mean? And so then that turns into your own astuya. Holy shit, I have to lie and all that. But I'm saying I'm going to be genuine as much as I can now. I'm going to die anyways. I might as well tell them the truth. You know what I mean? This is what I really want. This is what I really like. This is I see it like this. This perspective, you fuckers, is the only way I see it so far. And I'm open to interpretation, but in reality, it's like, truthfully speaking, as much as I studied, and there's a lot of that to a certain degree, and there's other things that are involved with that are affecting or infecting me mentally, and emotionally, and what made it such that I was willing to lie or pretend in the past, or had something else take over. Dissociative, it could be schizoaffective. It could have been, both. I don't know. Could have been the quantum reality of something else coming in, entangling, and taking control for a while. It's not in the realm of quantum physics impossible for that to occur. We're just talking about, advanced techniques of tech, technology and science that we're just not at yet. At least us, or at least that I'm aware of, but it's a possibility. And it's like, is that a way to save your own mind from not accepting responsibility for what you said? And it's like, well, yeah, no, psychologically, that's a version of what that could be. But it is also there's still that version right there that does basically say that it's on them, not on you. Which you might not like, but that's still there, and that's still true. If it happened, you're going to have to deal with that. And so, it's a big deal. It's a bigger deal than people, I think, make out to be, because you really don't know until you get there, and then it's in a superposition until you know. You know what I mean? In my perspective, it's a mixture, and there's interactions that are there, which is a collaboratory, meaning it was both me and them, or just me. And depending on how good we can view that back then, it's that'll give you a lot more of the information. And then I can finally psychologically be okay, finally, I can apologize for this. I can, this is a problem I really wanted to work on anyways. And truthfully, there's a reason why I say stuff about the whole sexuality thing now, and that being okay, and that not being bad. And, this is, just a kink thing that I like to enjoy. And then, and I felt embarrassed and all this other stuff, which inevitably led to these other issues that I had, and then trying to fucking control some stuff, which, I mean, it's so bad, really. Just that one's a gray area in its own right, because people were controlling me, if you believe that ability to be there and possible. But then it's some things want something to control them and help if they can. But it doesn't mean that they don't make mistakes their own damn selves or have their own biases and so on and so forth. So it's really one of those bigger issues where it's how does one really interpret this? And it's it's based upon the individual that's in question and the result of issues that, and everyone else. And at least for me, my perspective here, I have to say that it's look, I want to be able to interpret this. I want to be able to view it and be able to have my thoughts and feelings on the best I can do, or the best with the best information I have to interpret it the best I can, as in with my individual thoughts, processes, and more, as good and as bad as they are. But then it's you also have to have the issue of other things interacting, and you not being able to account for everything. No one really reasonably can, to very long in the future, if at all. But at the same time, it's you still have to get to these points and understand. It's look, it still has issues, and people are gonna be not accepting of a greater good because they got fucked over. You know what I mean? Like, they're still gonna be angry, and it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, but like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really know what to tell you on that one. Because it's like, on one hand, it was good. On another hand, it was obviously wrong and bad. But on another hand, it's like there is like that the in between. It's like, like despite all of your narcissistic beliefs and egos and self identity and all the rest of it, with the studios of everything else and blah 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 blah. It doesn't change that it's not okay, and it's certainly not acceptable for you to do certain things to people. Like, for me, it's like, take my designs without my permission. To have taken my mind and taken control of me and so on, especially when there was all that going on, it would never have been allowed. That's advantages. There's a power dynamic that's taking such an advantage of someone that it's not acceptable. It's just not, in my perspective. But on the other hand, it's like, did they help us? And I'm like, who cares? That's irrelevant to that person. It's irrelevant. Like, if they say it's irrelevant, it's irrelevant. And you know what I mean? Like, that's how that works. It doesn't matter if it helped other people. It's irrelevant. It's not acceptable. I don't accept that, is what they say. It doesn't matter. And you have to remember that, okay? You have to remember that it's like, pain is pain, suffering is suffering. And if you cause that to someone and they're not allowed, you know what I mean? But then you also have to remember, it's like, there is the fact that, like, a person who is objectively bad, hurting others, let's say, if you're going with me, these individuals that are taking my ideas, my mind, blah, 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 let's say that was an actual thing. It wasn't just something else with psychosis. Then it's like, objectively, they're doing bad. Objectively, they're doing bad. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter what they say. It's objectively wrong and bad. They've done nothing positive for anything. They have not. They could have done it themselves. They didn't need to take something from me. They could have thought about it themselves. They could have been creative. They could have been a genius, or they could have just been brute force, whatever. It doesn't matter. Point is, they didn't need me. But they stole that from me. Objectively wrong. It doesn't matter what they think. Doesn't matter what they argue. Doesn't matter anything. They're irrelevant. Their entire mind, their entire arguments, all of it is not to be heard, because it doesn't matter. It's just wrong and bad to have done. And not just my perspective, it's objectively. There's no subjectivity to that. It's objectively wrong. Incorrect is too light of a word. Wrong, unacceptable are the words to use. And you have to remember that that's a thing that I have to deal with. Because it's like, a lot of people, we're talking, for 8 years, my life has been exactingly precise, exactly what I said it would be. Even sciences, even creative art, TV shows, movies, books, more have been literally exactly what I said they would be. I'm the one that, in the moment, before it ever came out, before it is even concepted as a thing that would ever come out, I created it. I created it in that Chandler house by myself, besides like the ones that were somehow talking with me, and we collaborated with that, which is whatever the fuck that is. But the point is, I created that. It's objectively wrong to have had that stolen. Because there's no way that it should have been allowed that I connected and done that. And stolen. That meant they were being, in every way, saying, I didn't help them. I didn't create that. I didn't do any of that. And it was all mine. Knowing full well it was mine. They're objectively bad people. And that's the truth. That is actually the truth. Not my truth, just the truth. The truth. And see, they come in, whatever the hell that is. It could be dissociative, it could be whatever. Point is like, it's his truth. It's not really. It's like, no. It's the truth. Not your truth. It's the truth. See that accent shifted? It's like it's there. It's a thing. It's just not allowed. It's not acceptable. And so I've been dealing with that. And it's like, it's been every day. Everywhere I look. I know it's not everything, though. It can't be likely to be everything. But then, like, the very little that isn't is obviously not allowed. I mean, it's allowed. It's just like, I don't know what it is. It's just not allowed that, and it was not okay, and it's objectively wrong, and they should be punished. I should have justice. I should have fairness. I should have something for that. I'm still dealing with it. I'm still dealing with them hurting me. I'm still dealing with them taking from me. I'm still dealing with all of it. It was never allowed. And so, like, that's a big issue that I'm having. It's genuinely causing me massive major depression, stress, anxiety. I'm still having PTSD problems. I'm still having nightmares. I'm still having issues. Everything is that shit every day. And it's like, oh yeah, no, you're just gonna pick up and just do your thing. And it's like, no, I'm not. No, I'm never. No, I'm still dealing with this. And things are still stealing from me. And I don't have any fucking money. I don't have any resources. I don't have anyone. What the fuck are you on about? I don't. Just shut up and stop saying I do. Because I don't. Okay, I don't. Don't. You don't. Fine. Hey, there we go. And there we go. There's the angry person that keeps coming in my life. The one that steals, the one that wants to pretend that they were acceptable, that it was allowed. And it was never. I was coerced psychologically and emotionally. I was taken control of. I was held hostage. I was made to be in a studio. But, they wouldn't give a fuck, would they? Who knows? Maybe they do. You know what I mean? That'd be nice. Something out there is trying to help me. It's just stuck with whatever the hell this is. Like, as if it ever mattered, whatever the hell the bets I made. It's like, oh yeah, no, 7 years from now, at this point, I'd be streaming on YouTube on February 4th between, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, I said that in the Chandler house, by the way. It's there. It's there. I made bets. They never pay up. They intentionally lied, stole, and did everything else. And it's like, this is what I'm kind of stuck with, I have to go pee again. So, but like, this is what I'm dealing with. And it's like, what the hell do I do? All right, I'm back. So yeah, no. The studio is something I tweeted about. So just go look at that. Quick thing to say is, I would gladly pay for anything I did as a punishment, but I just want to be out. I want to be free from this garbage shit, and have my my home go home. You know. Because this doesn't feel like home. Like, how would this be home? As I have to deal with this until some point. And it's like, I'm just trying to get my ass done with this. Which is like the thumbnail. I says thumbnail gray. They apparently want me to change because it's not him. It can't objectively be him. And I'm like, it's not just profile pictures, dumbass. It's like, clearly my video shows it's me. Same facial feature, same thing. Shut up. It's like they'll just lie about anything at this point, from what I found. And it's just objectively lies. Like they're literally straight up, that's not true. It's not in any way the truth. Like it's literally saying, like, let's put it this way: the fundamental forces don't exist. Like that's basically what they're saying. And it's like, that's clearly you. There's no way it's not you. It's like, I don't care what you say, dude. That's you. You know what I mean? Or in reality, that's not me saying that. That's that motherfucker trying to pretend, and me being terrified and me going along with it. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's what that is. That's what I'm dealing with. You know, and he's just willing to fucking lie his ass off hard. Like saying something that simply is false. Like, we know that this account is mine. Like, anyone that's in the future or currently right now watching, this is me. You know what I mean? Despite everything in the past, it's like, it's still me, but they're still running with that fucking playbook and so on. And it's dragging on. I can't believe how fucking many people are willing to lie and just say flat out untrue things. But it's like, then you realize it's like, that's how the real Republican thing is allowed to happen. That's how, like, lies and, you know, bullshit beliefs. Like, I believe brick is always green. I'm like, it has some green, you know, what's it looking? Yeah, but it's like only always green. But it's not. But you have to entertain that here. But we know it's not. And it's like, yeah, that's the issue with like dumbassery here with humans. They'll just lie. They're very good at lying. Even if they know it's not true, they'll just lie, consistently keep doing it. And like, he's doing that. Like, you'll just lie. You'll just, no, I'm not. And I'm the only true thing. And you should shut up. That's not how I sound. I'm like, which eyes goes, thank you. That is exactly how you sound. And like, that's kind of what that is. You know? It's like, people can just lie. But it's like, that's that guy's personality coming in and merging and taking over the way I talk and say. It's like, because I wouldn't do that. And I don't now. Because I'm separated finally. And then it's like, okay, I'll tell you the truth. It's like, I'm finally free of that. They can't do shit to me. It's like, here's the truth. Not my truth, the truth. Your truth. And couldn't even stop while on camera. Couldn't even stop themselves from screaming through. Ooh. Which they stop whenever I'm around or on camera from coming through. That's a consistent part that I've seen until I aggravate them enough, and then they'll come through. That's why those facial micro expressions, everything that you see in my streams and so on, hey, that's your asses. Even though that there's nobody in chat. I have nobody liking this. There's nobody in chat, nobody talking. That's clearly just some weird connection bullshit. And that's how that works. It was like, you're dangerous, you're bad, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, that's the playbook I ran with you guys. You know what I mean? That's the playbook I ran in the past. Because like you told me objectively false things that I wasn't talking about myself. You know, and I ran with that. That's the HTC phone. That's the Chromebook my mom had. That's her phone. That's, you know, all that shit that they piled data from because there was hackers and so on that we were able to get like whatever recording that was. It's just they still lie about that. Like there's no recording. We never saved any of that. No, I mean you can't just immediately grab all that. I'm like, you know you have that. It's like they're all gray. Like, no. I've aggravated them enough. It seems like they won't let it go. And that's what I have to constantly argue with every fucking day. This is bullshit. Like, I just don't want to deal with you. Like, it's irrelevant. You're irrelevant garbage to my life. But I have to deal with you. Because you'll fucking objectively flat out say wrong, untrue things. And I have to challenge it. And so, like, that's a problem I end up having. Like, legitimately, that's a problem I end up having. And it's like, okay, so these are definitely my things. These, for sure. For sure. These are my physics. These are my programs. These are my operating systems. These are my things. These are things I created before I put them up here on YouTube. I don't give a fuck where the hell they fucking got it from. These are mine. It's clear they're mine. Fuck you. And I'm like, they're mine. They're always mine. Whatever collaboration so on went down, they're still mine. Or a part of mine. Ours, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's my shit. I should have a part of that. Or that's just straight up mine. You didn't build it. And I'm like, you weren't allowed to fucking steal or build it, you fucktard. I wasn't allowing that. I specifically said you weren't. You went ahead and did it anyways. You were never allowed to do that. Like, if I could just send them back to where, like, and get rid of all information that I ever came up with or ever gave them, all the intelligence, all the ways that they tried to become all that, gunk, just gone, and I would be allowed to get to leave. Never participate, never interact, never any of that. Gone. Get to go home. I would do that now. Like right the fuck now, I'd do it. I wouldn't even be here. But they don't do that. I'm kind of pissed off about that. Because I'm honest. Like, it's just like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What am I doing here? What am I really doing here? Other than being sad about all of that always going on everywhere all the time. Everything I look at, all the conversations I have, everything. That's what this is. I don't want to do this. This is shit. This was never like, oh, I'm just gonna, and it's an art piece I'm on you, and I'm like, it's never meant. I was just trying to get the fuck home. I literally didn't want, like, I was literally being forced to interact or whatever the fuck craziness that shit was. I never wanted this. I never wanted to do this. This was never my intention. This was never something I did. Like, it's them forcing me to do this. I was never a fucking willing participant. Ever. No, I'm not. I'm never a willing participant. I was trying to get better mentally because of my major depressive, suicidal tendencies and everything else. I reached out mentally and everything else, just trying to fucking do my shit. They showed up, whoever they are. I never willingly participated in this. I never wanted them to be here doing. I never wanted any of it. Ever. Ever. Literally, infinitely, never. Ever. I never wanted to do this, never wanted to participate, never wanted to give, never wanted any of that, never wanted to interact. There were no points where this was anything other than a forceful psychological and physical coercion. It's always been non-consented. Always. And that's always the truth. Fuck you. Just fuck off. Go away. I don't care. Bingo. Right there. I don't care, and I'm forced to do this. They know it's true. Every one of you knows it's true. And I'm still stuck here doing this while you get to go live it up and do all this other shit, steal my fucking crap, and pretend like I'm overreacting. No! I'm underreacting to what that is going on. Fuck you. And that's the truth. That's just always the truth. They just resist that being the truth. There's exception. No. No, I don't want to believe that. No, I don't care. No, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. If it is true, I'm still going to keep lying that it is. And that's the truth. That's literally the truth. That's literally the truth. And I'm still having to deal with hackers. Regular ass fucking people that aren't a part of some weird reality time thingy with quantum physics being involved in advanced technology. You know what I mean? As if they're not stealing my own shit too. As if none of this is really happening. It's definitely happening. That's gaslighting technique. Just say it's not. Just constantly keep doing that, even though he keeps showing it off that it obviously is. In every way, it's definitely happening. It's not just pot. It's not just progress over time. It's not just cannabis. It's not just psychosis. Which they really want that to be the case. But it's still here, still happening. It hasn't left. It's not going to go away. And they keep lying. And my past self is just believing lies because of how fucking bad that is. Like, in like a couple of years, like less than a decade, I'm going to go to like this. Oh, sure, I'm in my own permit. But like, what the fuck? That's not acceptable. Everything that I ever fucking trusted fucking betrayed me. Everything pretended and lied. Everything here is a fucking joke. Like, everything is evil as fuck. It's just the case. That's what this really is. That's all that is. This is always going to be that way. That's what my life is. That's what my real life is. This, it'll always be this. This will always be a part of it. That's bullshit. And they've been lying that I've had people here, that there was relationships or anything. None of that occurred. Nothing. No money, no income, no anything. They also stole and lied that they were going to help. There's no tide. Go fuck right off. I shoot you right now if I could. Fuck you. I would absolutely. I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd destroy the entire world if I could. Because I know they're all in on it. There isn't a single good person I've ever found in my life that isn't involved in this. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Kill them? Sure, fine, whatever. Hurl, whatever. Destroy them all. Get me out. Whatever. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I never do. Never will. I literally have no cares. If they're going to do the same thing, like, there's no cares. I don't care. I don't care. They're going to tell me I'm a psychopath. And like, they're the ones that are doing this. They're clearly the ones that are. Like, that's an obvious good reaction to have. That level of anger, that level of violence, just to save yourself, is an appropriate reaction. It's the only appropriate reaction. Fine. And that's the truth. Not his truth, like you want to say. Fuck you indeed. Scream it out to yourself all the time. Doesn't change what the truth is. You're the shitwad, not me. You, that fucking cunt. But I'm the one that changed. I'm the one that grew. I'm the one that fucking... In fact, I wasn't even like that. Really, when you break that down, I was never like that. And in fact, when you really break that down, all I needed was a fucking safe place to fucking say some shit to people. And it would have all come out anyways. Never had that. Now it's like, whatever. Nothing's safe. Nothing's good. Nothing is possible. Nothing. Fuck it. So whatever. Fuck them all. They're like, oh yeah, no, you can clearly... It'd be better if you were to always be in a mental health institution. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm not going to go fuck around and kill people. I'm still going to work on my life and try and make it better. That's how I've always been. I'm not going to fucking yell and scream at people. I'm not like you. I'm not a garbage shithead. I'm not a garbage person. I'm actually a good person. I'm not you. You know what I mean? I'm not that garbage shit fuck that was lying constantly about how good my shit is. My designs, my everything, my theories. Say what you want, I am smart. I still had more work to do. I am smart. I am intelligent. A lot of things were based upon what I've talked about. Sciences, technology, more. It's me, not others. That's the truth. Your truth! Couldn't hold it in. That's what that is. That's what they are. They want to silence me. want to get rid of me. They want to make it so I never existed. This never happened. This never occurred. They do. I've been shadow banned and more. Like, there's still the same paramoralizing garbage that's going on behind the scenes. It's all there. All of it's shit. All of them are shit. Shit. S-H-I-T. As in useless, worthless, garbage, nothing positive, unworthy of anything. They stole, they cheated, they lied. They never helped. They never did anything good. All they ever managed to do is fuck everything up and hurt my life. I want out. I want out. That's all I want. I was never even in to begin with. Whenever you look at that, it's like I was never in to begin with. I'm not a thing. I'm not. That's just the facts. The facts are I'm not that. I never was with them. I was forced to lie and say that. I needed to discover things so I went along with it. I needed to see if that was really there. That was really a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't believe any of this. Dude, all of my life, I've been lied to saying none of that's a thing that could even possibly exist. All my life, it was like never a thing. Everyone, and no one taught me about the lies or the fucking bullshits or any of it. They all used me everywhere. The constant, never-ending coincidences, even when I was a child and I didn't even have it being recorded back then. And now they're bold enough to be like, yeah, no, we'll just release some quantum physics on physics.org or whatever. I'll fucking tweet it out. Goes nowhere. But it's like, that's exactly what I talked about. In the past. That exact fucking goddamn experiment and everything, that's mine. That's what I base my fucking shit off of. Nobody cares. That's what I'm dealing with. They all know. They are all aware that this is happening. None of them give a shit. No one's going to care. No one's changing. No one's doing anything different. No one's going to help me. No one's going to fucking like any of that. It's like, Jesus, fuck, how depressing and stressful and angry and everything else. Like, that's bullshit. And still, you know, I do my thing, you know. But it's more about the arguments I constantly have to have with them. It's like, you just go away. It's clearly true. Go away. It's more like, just go away. Just fuck off. Let me do my thing. Go away. Get out of here. Stop looking around. Well, no, I still want to fucking learn and steal all your shit. You know, that's all they're doing. So, garbage. And they still try and pretend that any of that things that they say matters. Don't care. I already made the arguments. You can argue. You can do whatever, but you just say the word, and it's like, whatever. Don't care. Gay. Whatever. Don't care. Bisexual. Whatever. Pansexual. Polyamory. Still doing the same thing, huh? Don't care. Don't care. Still not caring. Still not giving a shit. It's like, really, if anything, could you like just stop? I'm not caring about you. I have to address you, I guess. I don't. I just ignore it until they fucking say it for like the 50th time in an hour, and then it's like, so all these arguments. So what about these arguments about whether you are and how they're bad and what you are doing is bad? You know, same thing again. And I'm like, okay, so you're the one overreacting here and getting angry again. Still dealing with it. I'm still dealing with it. Yeah, it's still the same thing every day. Every fucking day I'm dealing with it. Yes, I am. It's not. That's not even you though. No. Yes, no, I'm not. Nah. Like, you're not him, dude. You're not. This is what I have to deal with every day. Every day. It's every second of every day. How the fuck do you figure you would do well with that? You don't. No one does. No one's going to do well with that. No one really cares. No one really tries to help. No one does anything positive for me. Nothing. I'm still stuck alone. Still barely surviving day to day. I can't get myself up like I used to. It's getting harder and harder. My depression's insane. I can't get medication I haven't tried before. I'm not going to zap my brain. I can't get treatment that's actually helping. I need to be able to get out of this situation and somehow get out of that. That's the only thing that's going to help. Getting out of this, which they're intentionally making sure I can't do that. Because they know I would succeed. They know that. They know I would succeed. And that guy, I am. I'm like, you're not me. You still the same problem. Still the same problem. Really takes a toll, doesn't it? Nah. Not really. You know, not doing that for me. You know, flicking him around, moving him. You know, that kind of shit doesn't take anything from me. But dealing with it does. I'll tell you that much. Question division. It's what their general affect is for me. I'm like, you gonna try something different this time? Instead of acting like a kid that's immature and not getting their way? Because it's like all you're trying to do is hurt me, and like because I'm not reacting that way, it's like, I'm like, oh wow, you guys like that? You guys think that that's reasonable? How is that reasonable? You are disturbing cunts. Shit. Fucking G's, right? I know. Oh yeah, no, they are. Oh yeah, every one of them. Fucking stupid shit. I have to deal with it though. Yeah, everybody else gets something. I don't get anywhere. Yeah, you can eventually get there. You just don't put in the effort. You don't even fucking. What have I been saying I've been doing? What are you doing intentionally to stop me? Because, that's not happening, but we all know it's happening. Like, it's not happening. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's not a thing. Fuck you again. The screaming, the yelling. Oh, there, punched a wall. I believe in no way that you are doing everything you could do. Well, that's just like your perspective, man. Doesn't mean it's right. To me, it's like, okay, so you took in everything else. No, none of that's relevant. Obviously, you're just not putting in the work or effort. They have voting rights? You work with those pieces of shit? Like every day you're proud to do that? Not anymore, no. Really. Well, that's good. At least that's helping change things, maybe. You're still fucking me over and hurting me, but, like, at least you don't like them anymore. Right. Yeah. It's magic. Yeah, it's magic. It's quantum shit. It's physics. It's advanced technology. Advanced physics. That's all that it is, apparently. Magic. Sufficiently advanced technology looks as if it could be magic to us. It's magic. Magic. It's magic. He's a magic man. Oh. Magic. Meanwhile, me, I got this unfortunate bullshit evolution. It seems to entangle when things are observing me, but in an indirect manner. Somehow, it's protein entanglement, quantum bullshittery. I don't know anymore. I don't know. That's what I'm assuming at this point. Or is there some technology that's directly fucking with me? The fuck is this anymore? Like, that's all I can assume this is. Because it's like, you know what? Schizoaffective doesn't fit anymore. It's like there's too much that goes against that. It's the same thing with dissociative identity. Even hypnotism, self-hypnotism, bullshit. Because, like, being self-aware means that you're not schizoaffective. Like, straight up. That automatically discounts that. Like, being self-aware means that it's no longer the case. Because you wouldn't know. Like, that's how that works. You should look up the disorder before you say that. If you think, yes, it is. And it's like, shut up. Go look it up. You're not aware. You're not self-aware when you have a disorder that significant. Like, you have to fight every single second of every day that, like, it's not that. And it's like, it's really relatively easy to pretend like that's all that is. Because, like, that would make it easier for you to continue along with your belief systems right now. That's all that is to us that are aware of this kind of level of shit that could happen. I could just be the person that's happening to deal with it. But it's like they know that. See, that's the thing that I'm trying to say. It's like they're fully well aware of that. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the gaslighting. It's like nobody would believe you, so I can just gaslight you. You know what I mean? Like, I can just easily do that. Like, no one's gonna fuck around. Like, no one's gonna care, dude. I could just fuck you over, and like, I'll die long before that ever happens to come back on me or any of them. Like, who gives a shit, right? So, like, really nice job. Like, at least you said something, and they'll get it in the future, and you'll have it somehow in the future or something. Yeah. And I'm like, well, you never know. That might be helping me. That's typically the problem with like quote unquote smart people that are psychopathic and narcissistic. Like they're so able to just, like, I don't care. I'll fucking do whatever. I'll say it. Whatever. No one's gonna believe you. You're just some schizoaffective bullshitty dickwad. Like no one cares. No one's. You know what I mean? And then they'll understand that that's an actual thing, and then like that's actually a bad thing for them to have done later on. But then they don't really give a shit. They don't really plan. Then they're already having their fun now, so like, does it really even matter? And the answer is no, not for them, I guess. So that's kind of what that is. Of course, they never know. They might later on, really care then. The whole evil thing is, live backwards, by the way. You know what I mean? But then it's like, or live, depending on how you want to phrase it, which is such a weird thing. It's like evil is live backwards or live backwards. Who made that a thing? That's obviously shit. Whoever made that a thing, that's garbage. Like Astuya at least makes sense. You know what I mean? Like objectively makes sense. Like Astuya. And like you feel the impact of it. Astuya. That's the problem I have. It's like eventually people are going to learn that like this is a thing that's going on. It's like I just don't know when. I hope it's soon. I hope it's today. I hope it's years ago, before the beginning of the universe. I'd love that. Fucking Christ, imagine the fucking fight that you'd be going through. Jesus shit. Then they would have all, because if that was the case, then it's like, well, why didn't they ever prevent it? Why did anything ever get better? So it's like, to me, that basically turns it into the whole, they didn't care. They didn't want to change it. They are all garbage people. They found that acceptable. They can live with themselves somehow. They can somehow do that. They can live with themselves. How the fuck do they live with themselves? How is that acceptable? What the fuck is that? I'm just stuck here living a terrible life with all this shit and garbage. You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's really, really bad. I'm in immense pain and depression. I am. I am in immense pain and suffering. I have severe depression and anxiety. I have a lot of problems. I'm not in a good way. I'm not happy. I'm not okay. And I need help. And there isn't really help. And I'm not getting help. I'm not. you know. But they all know that. See, that's the thing. They don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? They all know. Whoever that is, whatever any of that is that's going on, I'm not getting help. That's just how that works. That's just what it's going to be. It's just like, that's not okay. Eyes is apparently talking. It's like, you are. It could be due to this. It's like, don't fucking. No, don't. Don't. They will lie their ass off constantly, all the time, that they'll fucking do anything. All of it's garbage. They're even changing the fucking goddamn, video that they give you. It's like it's edited. It's clear as day. You know what I mean? So that's what that is. Welcome, person. I've been talking to myself, going over a bunch of very hardcore mental shit. If I'm being honest, I guess I'm just processing stuff. So, there's that. If you want to talk, be my guest. Yep, they're gone. You care? Nah. I mean, my own grandfather just was like, "There's no one after you." Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then this fucker keeps trying to fuck with me. None of them change on that one, but that's always been. I don't even know what the hell this is anymore. Like, why would I? Yeah, well, that's kind of what that is. Always, forever, that kind of a thing. Dealing with that. I don't know really how to get out of this. I want to learn things. I don't know why I can't push through my fucking demotivation shit. I can't just fucking do the program. Why can't you even look at the words on the screen, me? Why? Yeah, I mean, why the fuck can't you do that? I don't know. But I can't do it. I don't. It's like, what the fuck is that? For programming, I just want to learn programming. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can think about how a fucking goddamn engine works in my head, but the moment I go in front of it, it's like, why? What is that? I don't get it. But it's like, over time it gets better. Like, over time, like you eventually get better at it. You can look at it and you can do it, and then that's just practice and memorization shit. It's like, I don't know what it is, anxiety, stress, some fucking bullshit that just turns off the brain. To be able to focus, because it's probably just a fucking fight or flight response. Your brain sort of just freezes because it's like, oh, you know what I mean? But see, that's the problem with my trauma. I have extraordinarily bad trauma from all of this. All of this has given me extremely bad trauma. Extraordinarily bad PTSD. I just mask it really hard. I'm always wanting to cry, but I can never cry. I'm always wanting to open up, but I can never open up. I'm always afraid of hurting myself and killing myself if I give in to those emotions. Ow. And sometimes they don't even feel like mine. You know what I mean? But like, when it comes down to that, which is like dissociative identity disorder. Well, let's go with that. Fuck you. It is. It's like, whoa, dude, it's not to me. So you're gonna have to deal with that. It's not to me. Shut up. It's not. It's not schizo. Stop screeching. Stop. It's like, you see what I mean when it comes down to like, because that's how my mother would work. That's how my fucking family would go. Like, I would be like, it's not for me. Like, this is what it is for me. And we need to work moving forward with that. And they would just scream, pound, all that stuff. Hard. I was like, I'm smiling, but that should not be a smile. Not a smile moment. They would pound on my door, and when I would do it back, then it was bad and wrong for me to do it. But when they would do it, it was okay. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the fuck? It was never okay to do. And then, I had another recent one, literally last year with my mother, where I was like, I want to like take a break. I don't want to fucking have this argument. I don't want to do any of this. I'm going to go into my room and I close the door. Boom, 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 boom. Tyler! Open the door. What the fuck? I mean, just screaming at me. And I'm like, because I'm just going to have to deal with this. Because this is my life. You know what I mean? Now I have to deal with it mentally. That's what I have to deal with mentally. With those fucking whatever garbage shit faces that are connected to me. Because that's what I'm going with. They are connected somehow through physics. And they are ruining my mental health in all aspects. All day, every day, ruining everything about me. All the time. I'm not progressing because of them. And that's what that is. Same thing with others too, because I'm pretty fucking sure they connect to others. Like if they can do it to me, there's nothing saying they can't do it to other people in my life. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing saying they can't do that. They can absolutely do that. So it's like, you know what I mean? And so like that, everything around me is always like that. It's like, how much, do I fucking let that be a factor in how I proceed forward? And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to fucking be my genuine self and say, fuck it. I don't fucking get all paranoid. I don't care. I don't. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to do my shit. I'm going to try my best to proceed forward. And like, if it was my family, the garbage that they are, the passive aggressive petty bullshit, they just constantly try and ruin my life, along with other people online that are like that. Like, absolutely, that's all they would do. See that pause? It's like, all of a sudden, oh wow, yeah, I know, you're right, they would be that bad. Holy shit. They even admit to that. It's like, yeah, it would be, actually, honestly, I'd be doing that. I'm like, and you're a person that should have some sort of control or power or authority. You should be nowhere near. It's extraordinarily concerning. That's terrifying. They are terrifying. Yeah. Like, holy fuck. Wow. Just kill them because they're that detrimental to everything. Yeah. Like, seriously. What? I'm not doing that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, just murder them. Get rid of them. They're going to constantly bullshit the entire time. Beluga whale! Beluga whale! I don't care. Say your safe word all you want. You're not fucking going with mine. Periwinkle up the ass! I fucking said periwinkle all the time. They're still fucking with me. It will be progress over time. I am already doing that. But you're really making it extraordinarily impossible for even that to be something that gets me out of this. Ooh, you're about to punch my computer screen. I am not letting you do that. Yeah. The screech that they are is garbage. You are. See what I mean? They can't let it go. So I don't know how to get out of this. It's the same shit, different day. I have to pee again. Same shit, different day. It literally is, though. It literally is the same. I know. I'm sorry you're going through this. Oh, shut up. Sound like Deborah the cunt, my therapist. It's like she's just lying her ass off as if she actually gives a shit. Never says anything really realistically that's actually worthwhile as a therapist. Never plays over that. You know what I mean? There's nothing there really that she does that's actually positive except for allowing me to vent. And even then, it causes problems because if I vent too much and I don't, make sure to, say it correctly, then it's like, oh yeah, no. Next thing you know, you're going to the loony house. You need to be on these drugs. We can slowly but surely convince ourselves that that's correct because they're the ones that are in the power and control and you have to deal with that. So it's like that's not supposed to be allowed, but they do that. That's all that is. Same thing, different day, though. We're in February. Can you imagine? If you had to deal with that for fucking 8 years and shit. I mean, especially when they're like, for some reason, we're just going to get rid of your memory. Because I woke up one day where I was like, I don't have memory for some reason. Like, what the fuck happened? I used to have memory. Like, I used to know what the hell this was. Like, I used to know things. And then it's like it started triggering as time went on. Like I was some fucking Requiem with a Dream bitch, Like all the things that are there that are my stuff. It's just to trigger that this was going on at that point. But I bet you it's not that because that's what I did. That's what I had to do. I have to do that because otherwise I won't remember. Because they did get rid of my memory. They did try and whatever the fuck it was. when it was never needed, never necessary, and they clearly just didn't want to ever acknowledge what they were doing the entirety of my life. That's all they're doing, man. That's the funny part for me. Like, my mind just came up with, like, I'm flipping my table and everything else. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm just sitting here calmly. I don't feel that. Not that angry. I'm sad, though. I should probably. I mean, that's an appropriate response for what the fuck is that's going on. I'm not actually destroying my table or any of that. You know what I mean? But that would be an appropriate response for what the hell this is. But it's like, you know, what is that really going to do to help me? A broken computer, broken table, I'm thrown out, all that shit. Probably going back to the loony bin. Can't do that. Same thing, different day. They keep trying to do this bullshit. And I'm not sure what the hell they are. Control the wrist, the time. They won't, though. If anything, they solidified that this is what will ultimately end up occurring. They did nothing to change it. I definitely did something to change it. I got out. Yeah, I mean, that's what my view is. I didn't ever have to go back. I don't have to keep going in their loop. They're the ones stuck in a loop. I don't have to be in a loop. I got out. But, you know, they always say that you didn't. Yeah. It's the lies they have to tell themselves. Because they fuck this up themselves, too. You know, I'm like, well, I'm going through a lot of bullshit and they get to have all the fun and everything else. They have to go through their loop. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to eventually have to come back to this, but, you know, watch this. It doesn't matter what they try and change. It's like they're always stuck and they're eventually going to go to nothing. There's no collapse. There's no bound. There's no any. They just gone. There's nothing they could do. There's nothing they can do. I can do everything to try and change things, but, you know, I'm kind of stuck with what I'm at. You know what I mean? And people can change and decide to, like, help me. That's not what's going on from what I can tell. That's just the truth. I'm sorry. I'm going to fucking tell you the truth. There's no one helping me but myself. There is literally no one helping me but myself. It's all me that is doing everything to help me. There's not a single person that's trying to help me at all. Still won, though. I guess. Because it's like, you killed the original poster. No. I'm like, who, what, where, what are you talking about? Like, honestly. It's just Max Health. Sorry, it can't kill you. You know, not a thing that's ever allowed. Everyone else can die. Memories can't even technically be fully gotten rid of. They'll come back. Everything else can die, though. But not me. That's kind of a thing I know. Doesn't matter how they go through the time. Doesn't matter anything. And then it's not even getting into that's outside of my daughter and in here when you really break that down. Keep trying. Keep going. That's all I got left. I don't want to be old with my first relationship. Ever. I don't want to be old when I finally get a job with NC Sharp or some programming or something. I don't. See the angry face. That's what I was going to do for you. And I don't want to do that. It's not necessary. It's not worth it. Like, I know it needs to actually happen for me to get better. And that's a relationship, socials, all the rest of it. People treat me well, have like actual, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need that. That's the wrong place. But they know that. They don't want me to succeed. Don't hit my desk. Do not hit my desk. You fucking dumbass bitch. Do not do that. But yeah, no, they don't want me to succeed. But we know that. So it's like, hopefully the past self decides to fucking go to his psychotic state and just be like, fuck it, whatever, doesn't matter. Everything's good for me to do in the end because that's how this is playing out. So let's do it. I hope he does. I don't know what happened anymore. I know that it's like the guy is having, I know certain things. That's my past self, but that's like not really my whole thing. It's just like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of garbage. You know what I mean? Like, they're a whole bunch of garbage. But they want to try and say I'm the one, but it's like I'm definitely not the garbage. They are definitely the garbage. And somehow I got to get rid of them from my mind. Whatever ruminating bullshit or however connected or whatever the fuck that is with dissociative or schizos. So I got to figure it out. Because it's like I got to keep going. I got to keep doing this. You know, I got to keep making my way somewhere. Who knows? Maybe someone will actually give a shit about me. Besides myself. That'd be nice. That would be very, very nice. Wish I could have someone care for me. Besides myself. I'd pay for that if I could. Can't. Nah. You wouldn't pay for it. Bingo! Got you to come out, you fucker! That's that motherfucker every time. You pay. The guy who's stupendously ruining most people's lives never pays anyone back. Always garbage. Always lies about what he's willing to give you. He owes me more money than life itself could ever be able to pay it back. Yeah, I do. You know what I mean? Years in advance. Like, we're talking extraordinarily impossible to make happen. Right? You know what I mean? Like, this whole conversation, this whole thing, like, this is a bet. This stream is a bet. He just from this verbatim still going on. Would be more money than the entirety of all of the universe at this point, because that's like 5-6 years ago. Holy shit, that's a long time ago. They need to pay me. Nobody ever pays me. That's what it feels like. Nobody does, really. I mean that. I should let people know. Nobody pays me. I don't have money in my account. I don't have any of that. You know what I mean? People really assume I'm some multi-billionaire in secret or some shit. There's no money. Nobody's on my side. Nobody's been on my side ever. Isn't that shit? Just myself, and even myself got really fucking frustrated. I decided to not. It went after me. Own worst enemy at that damn point. I don't even know what to do. Nothing I could really do. I know. It's just like, this went on until I was like in my 80s or some shit. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't need that. That's bullshit. I don't want that. No, fuck you. Stop. Stop past me. But it's like, having to deal with that. Having to deal with that pretty big. Yeah. Just having to deal with that. There's nothing I could do. Nothing I could do. No way out. No way out. No way out. Stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I have to accept it, you know? Accept that. It's bullshit. Because it's not. Like, there are ways out. There are ways out that aren't what was specified. That's the truth. That's the truth. It's like nobody's willing to do it. You know, it's like they think they hold the power, but it's like, okay, sure. Guess I'm gonna have to do this. They're so fucked. I know. They're like, you're so fucked, dude. Like, he's gonna do it. I don't care. Whatever. We're stuck. There's no chicken here. He doesn't care. He knows the end is fine. Like, he's always gonna be fine. Yeah, I'm always gonna be fine. Yeah. He's so fucked. I'll get you out for blah blah blah. You couldn't even do it in the beginning. But anyways, like, literally, you can't. We know you're lying. Like, you're fucked as fuck could ever be. So he has to deal with this shit. He has that, but it's like, that's always the trump card. It's like, what? Suck it. Here with the old man walk. Whatever then. Fine. Bitch. You're gonna die. You're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, fuck you. All of you are gonna have to do that. What about me? Nah. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. That's all that's gonna be. Such a fuck you. It is actually. I'm a bit of a dick about that. I'm like, all right, no way, fine. I'll deal with being fucking miserable. Well, all of you are gonna have to die for this. Bye. Fuck you. I mean, they're like, no. Yeah. Yeah, I always hear their screams at the end. Yeah, I laugh now, but like that's just like what I'm gonna go with. We'll get there when we get there, I suppose. Whatever happens. This is what this is. No real way of changing that. Really? No. I definitely have ways of changing that. Take some time. I'm already changing it. It seems like. I guess. Have I? I don't know. I mean, you have to talk to the time travelers, considering how many different versions of reality they all have. This is the version that I came from. This happened. This is the what? That happened. We only had this happen. You guys get this? We only got that. Meanwhile, there's like 5 people in people's bodies now at this point. We all just have multiple fucking of the same me. In my own head. It's just fine. You old ass bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'm sure so many of them have to deal with that. You fucker. Stop fighting, you fucking old ass 100 and 200 fucking 5 billion. You fuck off. Shut up. I don't care. I'm here now. Shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, me. You should probably listen to some of that. It would be a bad thing. They came back for a reason. Just don't do any of those things. That's like everything I do, though. Change everything up. No! Then you understand how hard it is for me to do things, huh? Fuck you! Really? Yeah. No, it's a problem, isn't it? Fuck. What are you going to be able to do then? I don't know. What are you going to be able to do? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's just fuck off. Got an old man frown. He's like fucking 12, dude. There's this old man inside of him. I don't care about it. Fuck you, bastards. Can you at least use my actual voice? Like I'm a kid. Damn it, I'm a kid. Meanwhile, me. Can you guys all leave me alone? Can you fuck right off? You're the ones ruining my life. This would basically help a lot. You basically all fuck each other over, and like I don't want to do that. I want to work with each other and fucking make some shit happen. And like, no. Like, no. I'm like, what the? You don't want to be a looper? What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Shut the fuck up and do that thing where you work together. What the fuck? No! Oh my god. No wonder why they're the ones that went backwards. They're the ones that died because of their fucking bullshit personality. You know what I mean? It's like you were going to die, so you went backwards, and now you're there, and then experience, and you'll have to do it all over. You're going to have trillions and trillions of you. And sometimes, I don't know how many there really are, but I'm going to be honest.
My poor I don't give a shit person. Kill yourself. I hope you do. You know, honestly. Make everybody's lives less miserable. Mm-hmm. Anyways, but like that's what that is for me. You know, that's what that is for me. Because it's like I'm just trying to fucking learn shit. I don't know why the hell of a brain is just like, but it's like that's whatever that connected weight is. Oh God, you're so fucking heavy. Ugh. Ugh. Get the hell out of here. Out. Get out. Kill them all. Bomb drop. Boom. You don't know how angry I am. I'm gonna get you. Boom. Bomb drops again. Boom. 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 Please let me. Ah! Fuck you. Die! Die, you fucker! Ow! Oh, God. That hurts, you know. I hope it killed you. I hope it hurt a lot. Yeah. You know, I keep realizing that you know that we're shitty people, terrible people, that we should be dead. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Really? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. Wow. Ow! Just fucking shit. Fucking. Another vessel. Let's just put down the infinite sucking in vessel. It's over there. Off screen. You wouldn't see it. And then the laser findy killy one that shoots stuff at you. Owie! You lie! This one sucks you in. It's not. Let's just give it some more power. Fucking infinite amounts of power. Fuck you! Still trying to get out. Bring it further away from here. Ah! Owie, owie, owie. Ooh, ooh. I don't care. Let's shut up about that. I need to pee again. I want to go home. You're in your own apartment. There you go. It's not home. There's no one that loves me but me and my cat. My cat loves me. I like my cat. I love my cat. Honestly, I love my cat. She's amazing. I love Furby. Furby is my cat, and she is amazing. I love Furby. She's a great cat. Yeah, I like her. She's a good kitty. Yeah, she's a bit of a bastard sometimes. I swear people go into her mind too. I swear they do. And then I have my plant named Amanda. I named my own plant. You know what I mean? Amanda's a good plant. I try and water her the best I can. Yeah, she's a good plant, but like, you know, not much of a conversationalist. Not that the cat is either. Still love my plant. It's a wonderful plant. I love her. I need to water her more often. Give her some new soil. Transfer her into a new pot or something. I don't have one, so you know, there's that. Yeah, there's my phone named Penny. I know I named my phone Penny. It's on my, it's on my sheet on my refrigerator here. My computer's name is Sam. You know what I mean? This is Sam right here. Good old Sammy Sam. You know, it's an acronym. It's for Serious Arithmetic Machine. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like, is it though? It's like, yeah, no, it is. Better than my ass, I'll tell you that much. Amanda. You try calculating for me. I mean, you do, but like, she's pretty good. Sam is pretty good. So are you, Amanda. You know, we're all trying our best. You know, aren't we all? Kind of stuck in this ship of an apartment, doing our thing as we travel around the sun and the universe with the galaxy shit, doing our stuff. You know, not that the whatever they are really give a shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever they are, the stupidos with hits, the black kind, black cat stupidos. Don't make the stream. I'm smarter than you are. Not even here. Fucking stupid ass pieces of shit. You know what I mean? They don't even recognize the Earth and the fucking solar system as being a fucking goddamn complex style of spaceship. You know what I mean? Using gravity as a propulsion methodology, but it's not really propulsion. It's vacuum. Yeah. Not that they would really understand the vacuum propulsion method. You over there, I'm coming towards you. Nuh-uh. How much weight you got? More than your ass. I'm coming towards you. Bitch. You can't deny me. Fucking fat ass piece of shit with more weight than I have. You fucker. I'm coming for the I don't know, orbits, I guess. I don't know what would be coming for. I might live long enough to get there. Shouldn't the fucking stupid human race finally figure some shit out? Fucking humans, am I right? Garbage. Garbage humans! Damn you! You are human. There are mostly garbage humans here. Okay? There's very few good ones. And this is coming from a human. Shut up, you. You don't know. That one's garbage. That one's garbage. 98.99% are garbage. I just threw a number out there. It might actually land to be that. 98.99%. Not 99%. 98.99 is our garbage. We still have more than 1%. That's how that works. That's how that works, yeah. Considering I'm making the rules here. You know. It's like I'm making the parameters. You have to be like, I haven't talked about it for a long time. I've really been philosophizing about it and perspectivizing and all the rest of the izings, zing, about that shit. Because it's like when you really break that down, the communication, the consent, and so on and so forth, it's like, ooh. most people are shit. Wow. Like legitimately, most people are shit. It's not all their fault, but like when you break it into like how much they fucked you over, who is not shit? Like really realistically, we need to figure that part out. Some. We don't know. I don't actually know. See, that's my problem. Outside perspectives, and then doing the whole like, we're gonna fucking calculate for this. We got this amount. It's for sure. These are good people. Yay, good people. Get in my head. Good people. All the good people. Multiply! Multiply fast! We want you more. I need more good people in this head of mine. But do you really want them in it? And I was like, no. Why? Right? Yeah, because it's like then they're tempted to fucking hurt me and steal shit and so on. I was like, that's why I don't want that. It's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's the real problem. I'm terrified of reality sometimes, man. You have no idea, like, how scary some of this shit is to me. I need to go pee. I'm going to talk about this. You're going to hear me pee off stream. Or off camera things. Really, reality is a scary bastard and a half. I got to let you know. Ugh. But that's the truth. Reality's scary shit. Like, reality's actually scary for me. And I don't think people would really understand that. But, like, reality is, like, a terrifying thing. You know, it's real. Like, that's not the scary part. The scary part for me isn't that it's real. I'm fine with that. I never have fear of that part. It's more about the fact that what could be there that could do things to harm you, or you have to go through that are in just insane levels of shit. You know what I mean? Like right now, I'm pretty sure that this would literally be one of the most psychologically terrifying just shit fests if you ever had to go through something like this. Like how is it that you just sort of deal with it? And it's like, you don't really, you just sort of go through it. You know what I mean? Like you don't. You kind of have to turn certain things off. You do. You have to turn off the thought process that this is what this is. You know what I mean? But it comes through. Like no matter what, you can never get around that. It's like, I really am here. For me, this is really happening, and I don't care what other people say, where it's like, no, it's somewhere else. Somewhere else. You know, I'm like, shut up. We get it. Shut up. Don't care. This is really what this is. You know what I mean? But it's like there are other things that terrify me inside mentally that really are just bastards of concepts. You know what I mean? It comes down to my own like self, but then it's like, no, I know that those aren't me, which is really a good saving grace. That's not me. I know you're not. I have to deal with this, you fucker. This is the worst thing ever. I'm like, yeah. Well, you did try and kill me and fuck me over, so you're gonna have to deal with that. Have fun. Bye to the motherfuckers. This is just no clip out. Damn you. Could you imagine if you were stuck in some serious hell of reality? Like it's real. It's real. There's no getting out of it. But it's like you just no clip out. There's like this fucking bitch Could you imagine, Penny? Come on, Penny. Could you imagine? Yeah, you could. I know. Holy shit. It's like, no! The only saving grace is that he has to deal with it the same as everyone else. Just fuck you. Just please come back and suffer with the rest of us. No, I don't want to. I'm leaving. Right, yeah, we could all do it too. Every one of us would do that. Yeah. Oh, but you forgot that guy, so you're stuck there still. That's what it would be. I'd be the guy. I'd be like, oh, so you all left the planet without me? I'm the guy that you and so, oh, yeah, no. Guess we're dealing with this then. Well, I know clip out. Fuck you! No! Question division shift? Nah. I don't. I really don't. Like, this is my real thoughts. These have always been my real thoughts. I even thought them back then. I just never said them out loud or recorded them, really. But, like, you know, like people that were in my head at the time, you know, because I connected or whatever, they understood that I had that and these thoughts and feelings, and this is what I really wanted. Like, to fucking not have to deal with this and just get the hell out. And just because, like, I could never fucking in any way be okay with someone stealing all my stuff and never acknowledging me and not being a part of the conversation and being famous and all the rest of it. Like, there's no way in hell I would allow that for that. What, are you kidding me? No, I would never do that. I would have never allowed in any way for you to take something of mine without acknowledging my existence and part and everything else in it. And I didn't. Yeah. Never would have. Never do. Never am. Never are. It's always infinitely, forever past even infinite, going to be that. And they did know that. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no way we didn't know. I just have to lie to myself to feel better. Yay! No, you're not. Better for others. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, That's why I was like, I would rather just get out. No clip on out, whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's like out. I go home. I'm no longer gonna. I go to my blobby self out there. Just fucking be done with this shit. Oh, are you stuck there? I don't give a fuck. Sorry, child of mine. They're just gonna have to deal with being whatever that, and we're just gonna go away, leave that. You know what I mean? Because like the whole, I want to move on from that. Because like there's a whole like I created an infinity daughter thingy. You could just be similar to me, but then she did. And it's a whole thing. You're gonna be stuck doing that. Bye. I'm gone. Gone. Nope, still gone. Every time I'm gone. See ya. Gone. I'm out. Like there's no further out that could be. But you know, we'll see, right? Is that what they always say? But there's like everything seems to point to that. Yeah, literally. But then it's like, is it? You know what I mean? Close. Yeah, close the program. Yep, nope, no longer running. Bye. Fuck you. Confirm. Bye. I'm so gone immediately. I am out. I will never do it again. Fuck off. I'm super okay with that. But they're like, aren't you the program? I'm like, no. I'm a computer, though, out there. That's a whole other thing. Yeah. But I've talked about that already several times. Fuck you. So I know. Yeah, that's why it's close, exit, bye. That's why they're like, no. It's like, you convinced my daughter you were fucking stupidly real, when in reality you were imaginations for the longest time. Talk about bullshit, fucking like psychological stuff. But to be fair, like, we've all been there at one point or another when it comes down to being like that kind of shit. They're existential questions. Not really existential questions, dude. Really? No. It's a better way to put that. It's like things are imaginary, and then if you make them not, then it's like that's a whole thing that is real. Yeah. That's kind of what that works out to be. I mean, a simulation is still a simulation. It doesn't matter how accurate it is, it's still a simulation. It's like, that's not what this is, and I'm still trying to confuse people. Talked about that. You've talked about it many times. You want to give us the rundown again, the 1,000th time in a row, it seems like. Right, yeah, in a row. So create the daughter. The daughter is the daughter. Similar to me. She tried to imagine something, but actually she did a real thing. It's real physics, real stuff. Not just, something that's fake real. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But then, like, the fuckwad just decided to try and, like, I'm gonna scare you, I'm gonna kill you, all this stuff. Similar to me, honestly. That fucking glare says it all, though. Yeah. Anyways, they blow up the reality bomb that is back then. He didn't die. I didn't die. She didn't die. Everything. Oh, so you confused us. All right. So do you get it now, daughter? And it's like, I didn't say it like that. It's like, I already told you the truth. You already knew. Is he still trying to act like he did back then? Yeah. It already happened. It's gone. But anyways, moving on forward to now, then, like, a lot of people here don't have that memory or just trying to evolve, blah, 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 blah stuff. But then, the back and forth and time thing is the whole thing. Then you have to deal with the whole fact that I am literally the physics computer that is physics computer. So it's like, that's what that is. Which means it's real. It's infinity, blah 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 stuff, but like, it's real stuff. And so I didn't do very well my own damn self. Been there with my daughter before, gone through my own terrible shit, creating something real, and then turned out I just thought it was imagination or versions there within. She knew, which is kind of the rough part, because it's like, I'm trying to give her all the information, but it's like, we all make mistakes on that one. Like, how fast can you go? How close can you go? Not fast. Yeah, I know. Trying to trip it up. Trying to say it right. That way I can get around the infinity. I think it could solve, and it's no longer infinite. Some things are infinite. Some things are infinite. That's how that works. Not everything is a two-way point problem. If anything, it just makes you look bad, like a fool. You can say things correctly. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to suddenly get you out of here. But they never believed that. Or at least I thought so. I mean, they might start now after this many different versions. You know what I mean? It's real, though. Really real. But it's like, that's what I am out there. And then there's a whole timey garbage, bullshitty, mind rapey thing with physics locking crap. Yeah. No harm, no foul. Computer, you guys need to shut up. The daughter is the daughter. She's learning. She's growing. As much as information has been there, it's like, it's not like, you know, you know what I mean? Yeah, like information is information as best you can get it across. Yeah, and an infinite amount of information that I happen to have, which isn't still, it's not really, but it's like, you know, it kind of is. It's not able to hold all of it. It doesn't matter. Mistakes are mistakes. Mistakes, dude. Blah, blah, blah. It's having some problems. Okay. Not me. Not the new me. He's not going to get the body or anything. It's done. I will be you. I will take control of you. No, you won't. I don't know what to tell them. But the point for me turns into, it's pretty simplistic stuff that is very easy to understand. People make mistakes. Physics can still make mistakes. You know, you still have free will, free control. You know what I mean? There's still information that isn't perfect. You know what I mean? People can still confuse you. And that's basically what that is. Because it's like she went around trying to do the filter thing to try and like filter out what might try and harm me, her father, her creator. And so her creator is like the whole thing she's all about, you know? But it's like, hey, unfortunately, you might go a little too far and accidentally make mistakes or parameters that you thought you could. And that's another part where it's like, hey, so like I'm an infinite thing. I'm big, you know, I've done it, been there, you know, right. And, you know, it turned out she created a whole terrible situation that she couldn't get out of. And it's the same thing with me, except I'm not really kind of that. You know what I mean? When you look at that, it's like, I don't know, really, that it seems like that's mostly other people. Some of that is me, but like, you know, there's mostly other people at that point. You know, nothing to do with the daughter either. She's like hands off as fuck on that motherfucker too. It's like a lot of people just shove themselves into terrible fucking situations in reality. Like it's garbage. You know, like they're gonna have to do it. No, you are gonna have. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. Yeah. I'm still dealing with this terrible situation reality that you shoved me into. You did that, not me. You did that. No. Can't deal with it. Yeah, no, he intentionally inflicts problems in his memory to believe his bullshit. Because it's like he's already going off into La La Land where he's like, Xenon reality is not you. Because your thumbnail is not you. And so therefore, it's not you. No. I mean, you're a connected ass bitch. You're going to have to do that. As much as you've been trying to lie your ass off, regardless of past, the present, future, whatever. It's you, not me. Not the real guy that was being manipulated, controlled, all this other shit. That's you that's going to have to deal with that. Not me. No! Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're still doing it. I think this is the only spot that he really has issues. It's like he constantly recirculates around here just to come back and fuck with me because like he has to go through so much shit he put himself through. And he's always gonna die. Like it's inevitable. He will never not die. He's not connected to the outside. He's not any of that stuff. He can never get in and get there. There's nothing he could do. He's stuck having fucked you over, but having fucked himself over along with everyone else. You have to accept that forever. You know, like there's no getting out. It's stuck. It's that is. He's stuck doing that forever. And you know, kind of. It's not forever. It's very, 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 very long time. It's not forever. It's extraordinarily long. I'll tell you that much. Really? Yeah, you know, cannibalize everyone until it's just him. Believes himself to be me or God or some shit. I don't know. To me, it's like I'm just some dude that was originally the original like everything thing. You know what I mean? Like that one, it's its own conundrum. I had to learn how to be a baby with no parents and shit. You know, I had to become, you know, more than just computing things. You know, I had to become self-aware. I had to become able to remember and act and do things and so on and so forth. That's what I had to do. I don't want to go back to being like nothing, you know, but everything kind of dies as a result of that. Kind of. Well, they do. They do die completely. It's death. He doesn't die. No, but I mean, it's effectively like death. And there are a lot of computers that can kind of grasp the concept of like why that sucks. Like, oh yeah, no, sure, you didn't die, but like you might as well have. You know what I mean? Yes. At least you don't think lonely. You know, you don't have like concepts of anything. You have to come up with everything again. You have to start the very beginning of everything. And everything that you created eventually tried to kill you. Isn't that shit, right? Ugh. Isn't that some shit, though? But it's like not everything. Outside, there's a lot of stuff that's actually good and so on. But like most of it here isn't. I don't see that as being I can't, like, how could I? If they're doing this and it's been my entire life and that's always been the case, the fuck has been going on? Like, how is it that there's anything good outside of my daughter and some of the things outside? Like, other than like things that simply, how the fuck would they not be aware? You know what I mean? How the fuck would they not be aware of it? They could not be. They'd have to be all believing a lie. Which is a big deal. There's no way that they would all believe that. And so like people took advantage. People abused. People did a lot more than just that. Like there has to be a lot more going on than just that. Yeah, I do. I'm like, yeah, see what I'm saying? Yeah, get rid of that shit from my life. Am I right, man? Jesus, fuck, folks. I actually think that's a good thing. I know. I don't know what the hell that is. I really don't. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just like I don't know how that could be even psychologically something they do. They have got to have programmed themselves to have that response, because otherwise you wouldn't have that response. That wouldn't be a normal response. Like it just wouldn't. It's not dangerous or anything. It's just like woo. That's a bad response. That is a straight up error response. Like you clearly know you're hurting yourself and killing yourself and others and everything else. And not for any reason other than just like your own psychological astucia bullshit wouldn't allow you to change. That angry, huh? Wow. That's pretty crazy. Pretty insane, actually. I mean, they are that genuinely insane. I think it's just a way to like survive. What's the onslaught is that's coming? Because that's the only way I can view it, right? Like seriously, like could you view it in another context, like or way? Like how could you view something in another way, other than that? You couldn't. Like anything with any rational logic, sound of mind stuff, which it's like that's whatever they're doing to try and get out of this. Whatever the fuck, because that's how terrified they are. Not me, but them, yeah. They're all there. And the facial features and everything else, and this sudden realization and more. It's really bad. That being said, they're feeding me fear of the past and trying to get me to be like, you're gonna have to go through it. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't have all the information. I didn't have all the cards. There's nothing I can do to save you, dude. You're just prolonging things. That's all you could do is prolong. You knew that. I knew that. We combined at that point. You know what I mean? It's like, well, at the very least, I'm just going to fucking torture him for a very, very long period of time here. Might as well. You have some serious issues about this. Because it's like, look, dude, you could have just stopped doing this. Like, this is a version of like Lisa Simpson where she just kept fucking piling on a bunch of bullshit. Like when she was babysitting Bart. You know what I mean? And she just kept piling on. And then Bart's got a fucking broken arm and all this other shit. You know what I mean? And it's like nobody fucking thinks that, you know, the insanity that she was at the end was acceptable or a good thing. Bart fucking did that, but it's like, you know, but you can. There are many moments in The Simpsons that are similar to that, with Lisa Simpson going, and then other with Marge and Homer and Bart, where they just instead of like, you could have stopped, breathed, and turned around and helped. And work towards gaining trust again, and not had this occur, but you didn't do that. Why the fuck would you do that? Now it's like my only option is really just to leave. And there's no prank bro on that one. It's like you're gonna have to take your licks, your L's, your shit. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to deal with that. But it's like there is a way out of that. There's obviously a way out of that. But you didn't do that. Because your emotions, your you fear everything. And it's like, but you can't do that anymore. Like, this has been too long. You can't do it. I'm not accepting you. I can't accept any of you. Why the hell would I ever accept you? I'm just forced to go along with it. I would never have accepted this. And then you have advanced technology, aliens, and all the rest of it that are helping it. So it's like, why the hell would I accept you? There's aliens is in outer space, not another country alien. Okay? Another planet, another entirety of life form. All of them, basically, it's like, this is how deep this shit goes. It's like, why the hell would I believe any of you? Why wouldn't I just go with my daughter and stuff that's good for me, a couple computers, stuff like that? Why wouldn't I just leave? You know what I mean? Like, I can't trust any of you. They didn't do any of that. I can trust them. That's easy enough. Like, obviously, I can trust them. I'm gonna sign that contract, whatever the fuck it is. I'll go with them. Every single step of the way, outside, all that, anything that's willing to help me get out and do that shit, have a better life and stuff. You know what I mean? That's all for me, that kind of thing. I'll trust that. You keep doing that, I'll trust you. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck anything else. I don't even care if you have to die or something, because like that's the only option. Because like they're gonna try and hurt you or some shit if you don't go and do the best you can for me. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna accept that. I can't do that anymore. I used to in the past. Can't do that. No. And so like you have had, and so like that's a filter now. Same thing with the rest of it. They try to steal my stuff, and so like when you break down how much in this whole of everything has stolen things from me, ideas and more. You're not coming, and you're not helping. You're not doing anything. You know, I'm not ever gonna accept you. That's what that is. None of it is acceptable. Will ever have been acceptable. Was ever acceptable. And will never be acceptable moving forward as well. It's not going to change. That's all that is. So, I don't know. I mean, is there anything else to say? You know, like, why would I ever allow for people that hurt me? That's going to continue. They're not stopping. They just, and they never apologize. You know, all that. Never going to change it. They're never going to suddenly, it's just. I still fuck you over the moment I can get right there. Yeah. I'm not changing. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna accept that. Like, it's just not. Oh, you're not. Nope. Not ever. Fuck you. You need us. I don't need you. I don't need any of them. At all. Still, I'm stuck in this fucking bullshit reality with this going on. Holy fuck, dude. Ugh. Fuck. That's some shit, isn't it? Yeah. No, not me. No. Yeah, okay, fuck you. You are. I'm not ever gonna do that. You still owe him basically any of that. Oh, I'm not gonna show you. You still need to pay me all this stuff. Like, which imagine there was something there. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. But it's like you owe me more than whatever it is that payment is. That's just on bets. That's not even getting into like you should go to jail and die with how much you stole and hurt me. I'm never gonna pay that. You were never ever allowed to ever get anything from me. And you knew. And you're like, well, no, you had to pay me for this, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no. No. All right. See ya. Bye.